Yo, it's your boy Marita boy. I'm back up in this thing, man. Listen. I appreciate all y'all for all the birthday wishes, man. I just sobered up. And it's a lot of things in these YouTube screens that I've been wanting to talk about. You know what I'm saying? But I was celebrating my birthday, man. Thank God for blessing me to see another year. I'm very thankful, very blessed, very appreciative, and I pray that I could live to see many, many more, and I pray that I could uh, be a what's the word I'm looking for? A credit to society. You know what I'm saying? More so now that I'm mature, back in my younger days when I was a goddamn menace to society. Shout out to Chick 1000, aka the Chick 1K. She says she better be disqualified. Talk about F and Fanny. Y'all see the name I gave my girl, F and Fanny, because you know my girl, she sure to throw that taco on a motherfucker. If she like you, she'll throw that taco on you now. You know what I'm saying? So I nicknamed her F and Fanny. Y'all know what the F stand for. You know what I'm saying? F and Fanny. Chick say, I know you like her, Marita, but I'm being honest. Hey, listen. Let me tell you something, Chick. Regardless if she get found guilty or not, she gonna be mine. You know what I'm saying? Because if she get found guilty, I told y'all already what my plan is. I'm gonna bombard that motherfucker jail with letters from me to Fanni. She after a while, she ain't gonna have no choice but to respond to me. You know what I'm saying? Once she settled on down in her jail cell and she realized that she ain't going nowhere for a while, and that she got somebody like me, Marita, who really love her and who gonna ride with her through thick and thin. I'm gonna be just like that black dude that pin pal Griselda Blanco and ended up getting them bricks. Know what I'm talking about? That's my plan. God damn it. Hey, listen, I'm gonna make sure that I wear her down. I'm gonna wear her down like Steve Urkel wore down Laura. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get my woman. Know what I'm saying? Cause I'm smitten. I'm smitten by Fanni Willis. Like my Mexican partner used to tell me when he'll see a fine woman walk past her when we was working on the construction site. Jefe, what a woman. Yeah, that's how I feel about Fanni Willis. Shout out to Boredom Clicks. But we got a couple topics I want to get into. And I want to get into them because there was some topics that we didn't get a chance to cover the other night when I did my birthday live. You know, we kind of got off on a lot of little soliloquies. You know what I'm saying? Which is cool. You know what I'm saying? My birthday live, it ain't really have no format. It was just, you know what I mean? We just go how we feel. But some of these I want to go through because we didn't get a chance to cover them totally the other night. And it was still things that I wanted to say that I didn't get to say. You know what I mean? I didn't even get to talk about Madeline Soto, you know what I'm saying? And I really did want to cover Madeline Soto, who's a young woman here in Florida. Well, a young girl here in Florida who they just found her body and everybody think that her stepdaddy uh murdered her, you know what I'm saying? And she had been telling her mama that he had been assaulting her. And her mama didn't believe her. And one day, um, he supposed that took her to school, and that was the last time that that she was seen alive. And they just found her body. They just found her body. So yeah, Madeline Soto, rest in heaven to that young lady. You know what I mean? But we're gonna cover it though. You know, I don't know if everybody know about that case. You know what I'm saying? It's a case right here in Florida. But I did want to shed some light and some awareness on on that case, on that situation. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the positives. That's one of the good things that us here as bloggers we can do. You know, amongst all the bullshit when we talking about the gossip and the tea and all of that, we do have the ability to shed light on some real serious situations in our local areas that may not have national news coverage. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna do my part and shed some light on Miss Soto's unfortunate death. I think she was only like 12 years old. You know what I'm saying? So it's just sad. You know what I'm saying? But what I want to hit on real quick here so we can get through it, because we did cover it a little bit last time in my my birthday live. I want to hit on Bayzoo and these snitching allegations that they got going on with him. Because I talked about it, but I didn't really we didn't really talk about it. We kind of got I went back and looked at the birthday live. We kind of went left really quickly, you know what I'm saying? Because some other things had happened while that live was going on. But I want to talk about it. Shout out to Hookah Anonymous. Don't strike my channel, Hookah. You know it's love over here, gang. But I want to use Hookah Anonymous video because he summed up the Bayzoo and THF, the THF Bayzoo and the bruh situation, THF Bayzoo and THF bruh. He summed it up really well in his video, and I watched it and I liked it and I agree with it. So that's what I do sometimes. Sometimes, when other people make nice videos and they say exactly what I thought, I like to play them videos too, because one thing about it, when you hear it from one person, it's like but when you hear from another person, you know what I mean, it might hit a little harder, or it might ring a little more true. And some people use different words, but they put the words together a lot better or more eloquently than some other people do. And I just enjoyed the way I enjoyed this video, and I would like to play his video so for y'all can understand or get a good idea of how I felt about it. And then, of course, when I'm done, I'm gonna get my little summary of it or whatever. But because I see it's a lot of people on the internet that's torn, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of people that looking one way and looking another way, and they feel one way. And another thing about it, hey man, you entitled to feel how you want to feel. Hey, listen, it's okay, man. You are entitled to your feelings, but your feelings don't always make you right. You get that? Y'all understand that again? You entitled to your feelings. That's your right. Them your feelings. Feel the way you want to feel. But inside of that, also understand that your feelings don't make you right. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I done felt a way about certain things and been wronger than a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? That's why if y'all ever hear me talk, most of the time, I kind of like leave a little room in case this may not be true. You know what I'm saying? I leave a little room because I know life is relative. You know what I'm saying? And I wasn't there, so I just leave a little door open. I tell you what I think most likely happened, but I also leave a little room for if I'm wrong too. You know what I'm saying? So you are entitled. I want you to understand this. You entitled to how you feel. You entitled to your feelings. Them your feelings. You entitled to them. But the kick is how you feel don't make you right. I know we all done been felt a certain way about certain shit and then been wrong. I know I have. I done did that shit quite a few times. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So just remember that. You entitled to how you feel. Hell yeah. Them your feelings inside. Them your feelings. But just remember that how you feel don't make you right. You know what I'm saying? Now, let's get into what Hookah Anonymous say.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Y'all know my slogan. I don't know it all, but I know what I've been through. Now, before we get into this video, please make sure you head on down to Instagram and follow us on our official Instagram page at Hookah Anonymous _. We're able to be a little more explicit, a little more uncensored, and share content freely without running the risk of having our channel terminated. So, once again, make sure you head on down to Instagram. Follow us on our official Instagram page at Hookah Anonymous _. We're almost at 100,000 subscribers. So if you like this video, make sure you subscribe and hit that bell so you're notified every time we drop new content. Now let's get into what you guys came here to see. Now, man, social media has been on THF Bayzoo's heels, and it seems like the whole image Zoo done built up for himself throughout the years have been crumbled in the matter of just a week from the back and forth with King AK-47, where he challenged him to a fight for $10,000, and then that didn't happen, to him now being labeled as a snitch himself for some paperwork that got out and confirmation from one of his ex-associates, THF Bruh. Now, everyone has made their videos explaining the situation, but I wanted to properly assess what was going on before I put my 2 cents in. However, one thing shall remain that I always tell you guys. I don't care what happened or who you are. You don't ever say a thing to police. You say respectfully, officer, I do not wish to speak unless my lawyer is present. And boom, they'll stop asking you questions. Now, I always tell y'all that I'm not a fan of calling anyone a rat or snitch or any of that because, like I've explained plenty of times before, those are words that you must be willing to either take a life or lose yours if you use. But in this case, we're just going to say that something just isn't adding up. And I believe that where there's smoke, there's certainly fire. Now, when it comes to who's telling, I've seen an interview 16 Shot on Visuals did with Bruh, and he's pretty much saying that he didn't snitch. He created his own alibi that didn't affect anyone. And when it comes to THF Bayzoo, he's saying he didn't snitch neither, but Bruh did in fact snitch on him. So I'm just going to get into both sides of the paperwork and give my opinion on the situation, because judging from what's put out there, it seemed like both parties did something that wasn't too righteous. I'm going to leave it at that. So make sure y'all hit that thumbs up button so we can get this video onto the algorithm. And if you aren't subscribed to the platform already, make sure you do so now. Let's get into it. Now, real briefly, for the people that don't know what's going on completely, July 5th, 2009, a guy by the name of Dominique Barnes was shot and killed in the 4700 block of South Forestville Avenue at around 10:14 a.m. Reports say that 2 men walked up to Dominique. Words were exchanged, and one of those 2 men began shooting at Barnes. After the shots were fired, the 2 suspects proceeded to jump into a vehicle and flee the scene. At the time the medics arrived, the 21-year-old Dominique Barnes was already pronounced dead on the scene. Now, to be politically correct, let's go by the 126-page FOIA document that was obtained by Chusky. In the paperwork, it would say, quote, the victim was standing near the corner of 47th and Forestville when 2 unknown M1s approached the victim. One of the unknown offenders produced a handgun and fired 5 to 6 shots, thus striking the victim multiple times. This information was related by a witness, blank M151. The offenders then fled on foot and were observed entering a waiting gray Chevy Monte Carlo. The victim was transported to Stroger Hospital by CFD number 57 and pronounced by Dr. Dennis at 10:38 hours. Blank M142 identified the victim. Blank related that blank hangs out with Mickey Cobra street gang members and is known to selling marijuana in the area. No pods or video located regarding this incident. So in a nutshell, the case was cold, with police not having any surveillance footage, description of the suspects, nothing really good to go off of to make a determination of who the suspects were. Most would think that the case was done and the suspects got away. But that was until August 26, 2009, when a detective received information from a young man that was locked up in the juvenile detention. The young man will offer information in Barnes' case, presumably to get a lighter sentence in his situation. But it's weird because as a juvenile, how much time was he really looking at for him to sit there and want to offer any type of information? Unless the minor himself also had a body he was facing and he was probably just looking for lesser time. Who knows? But anyway, the juvenile explained that he knew the suspects in the Barnes case and had a motive behind it. So in other words, he had the whole case solved for them. Now, all the names may be redacted, but the juvenile named Devonshire Collier as the shooter in the Barnes case. And THF Bayzoo's name, his real name for y'all that don't know, is Devonshire Collier. I think that's how you pronounce it. Anyway, the paperwork was stated, quote, on 26th of August 2009, Detective Vovos received information from officers in the 21st District that they had a juvenile who had information regarding the Barnes homicide. 19503 came to Area 1 Detective Division and related that they had a juvenile, blank, who provided them with suspects and a motive for the Barnes homicide. Blank received this information from blank IR number blank. Approximately 8 hours before Barnes was unalive, there was an incident at a bar called the 50-Yard Line at 75 East 75th Street. Multiple people were shot after an altercation spilled out from the bar. Among those shot was a GD gangster disciple with a pretty extensive sheet named Blank. Barnes' murder is an apparent retaliation for the shooting of Blank. Blank related that Devonshire Collier, Blank and Blank and Blank went to 47 in Forestville to shoot a Mickey Cobra. They saw Barnes selling cannabis and approached him. They asked Barnes, "Are you dirt low?" A GD faction. Barnes responded, "Yes." Collier produced a .357 revolver and shot him. It should be noted at the time of this interview, Collier was in Cook County Jail for a violation of bail bond. So in other words, the juvenile pretty much laid everything out for the police and solved the case himself. They now had their suspects, they now had a motive, so the only thing left for the police to do was to prove the involvement of the suspects who the juvenile said was involved. Now here's where it gets interesting, because this is where people are starting to implement THF Bruh into the case, stating that he's the individual that was redacted in the paperwork. Keep in mind, this is another person aside from the juvenile that spoke in August of 2009. And to be fair to Bayzoo, it was a lot of other guys that actually told on him in this case, allegedly. We're going to keep it at allegedly. Now, in the paperwork on June 4th, 2014, it'll say, quote, RD interviewed Blank at Cook County Department of Corrections, along with POA Pacino from Gang Investigation Division. Blank provided RD with information related to the murder of Dominique Barnes. Blank related that he was outside in front of the building at Blank with Devonshire Collier, Antoine Rice, and Blank. Blank knows Collier as Bebe, Rice as Buddha, and Blank as Blank. Related that Christopher Campbell, aka Gunner, pulled up with Marty Vallejo and Blank, Gray Monte Carlo. Campbell told the group that there are some dirty low guys out there on 47th Street. Blank related that the night before, one of their guys, Blank, got shot at the 50-yard line club, and they suspected that the dirty low guys shot Blank. Blank related that Collier went into the building where Blank lived. Blank related that Collier kept the revolver in Blank apartment. Blank related that Collier returned with a gun, although Blank did not see the gun at the time. Blank related that Collier and Rice got into the Gray Monte Carlo with Campbell and Vallejo, and the group drove away. Blank related that he stayed at the rear door of the building and waited for the group to return. Blank related that after a short time, Collier and Rice ran up to the rear door of the Blank and entered the building. Rice told Blank, "This guy is a killer," referring to Collier. Collier told Blank, "I told you these hollow tips will kill a MF." Collier told Blank that they asked the guy for some weed and then asked if he was dirty low. When the guy said yes, Collier said he shot him. Collier then pulled out the revolver in the stairwell. The gun was the same gun that Blank had seen in Blank house with the hollow tip bullets. Collier took out the empty shells from the gun, then brought the gun back to Blank apartment. Blank related that Collier sold the gun to Blank. Blank identified clear data warehouse photos of Devonshire Collier, Blank, Antoine Rice, Blank, Christopher Campbell, Blank, and Marty Vallejo, Blank, Blank. Now, to be honest with you, we from the outside probably can't tell who's snitching and who's who, but you got to remember, when these guys are involved with each other and actually was there, they know who said what because they know who told what to each other. They know what the dialogue between each other was. They know who stayed behind and who did what. So they can't come out and say, yeah, well, such and such was there while we left and went there, but it's inside knowledge. So when you hear Bayzoo saying that this one told on me, maybe it's because they know who did what and who said what. Or another possibility is everyone is just trying to throw the blame off them and trying to say, I'm not a snitch, he a snitch. Well, he not a snitch, he a snitch. You see how that works? Because nobody wants to be labeled a snitch. But anyway, if y'all want the full paperwork, it's out there for y'all to see yourselves. But for the sake of the video, we already got the important information out there. In a nutshell, before Zoo was arrested for the body, he was already being cooperated against first. Zoo was arrested for first-degree M of Dominique Barnes on November 5th, 2014. Now, here's where it gets interesting, because although THF Bruh has stated that he didn't say anything, one mistake involved in the paperwork says otherwise, and I just want y'all to decipher if it's true or not. And I can't take the credit for this part because as I was already doing this video, a video by Street Certified News was sent to us where someone says that he caught something. And that something was a redaction on the 120th page of the 126th page FOIA document where one of the witnesses' names were left uncovered in a written statement by detectives. In this statement, it would say, quote, Blank related that Devonshire went into the building where Blank lived and came out with the gun. Blank related that he did not see the gun, but he knew that Devonsha had it. Claire, right? Claire related that Gunner, Marty, Devonsha, and Antoine Rice got into and then that's where it ends. Now, for y'all that don't know, Claire is the last name of THF Bruh, with his full name being Kenyatta Claire. And if you know anything about official legal paperwork or any type of legal documents for that matter, period, they always go by your last name. They refer to you as your last name, not your first name. So I'll leave that up to you guys. I got my opinion on it, but I know how some people may not want to believe the obvious. But if it's involved in official paperwork, unless he got a good reason where the paperwork is stating or why the paperwork is stating Claire said such and such, then I don't know. But I'll leave that up to y'all. Now, when it comes to THF Bayzoo, aka Bebe, I'll also leave this up to y'all. However, in the documents, it said, quote, RG showed Devonsha Collier, which is Bayzoo, several clear data warehouse photos. Collier identified blank as blank, Antoine Rice as Buddha, blank as blank, blank as blank, Christopher Campbell as Gunner, and blank as blank. Now, let me tell y'all one thing, right? I don't care what anybody say, and I know everybody tends to be biased on the internet and pick and choose who they would like to hold accountable for certain things. However, the same rules apply to everyone. I'm sorry, but there's no way around it. Now, Bayzoo did bad. It's not me saying it. It's not anyone else saying it. It's not no other blogs. It's in the paperwork. It stated that he identified people, confirmed who they was with photos, the whole 9 yards. Now, for y'all that aren't familiar with the streets and think it's harmless and naming people just because they wasn't locked up at that current point in time or whatever, for one, it's not. It's not harmless because what you are doing is putting names to faces which can hurt someone in the long run, whether they're locked up right then and there or not. Or let's say the cops didn't know this person as this person, and in another case, they needed to identify them. You just identified them. So now they know that they are such and such. And this paperwork's been out there. I honestly think that when Trenches News responded to Bayzoo when he wanted to fight him, and he told people to look into Bayzoo's 09 paperwork, that's when everyone kind of seen that Bayzoo pointed out people and named names and whatever. So now,
and that's what I wanted to get into. That's exactly what I wanted to get into. Shout out to Hookah Anonymous. He broke that thing down eloquently, man. Y'all go subscribe to his channel. So let's get into this first. Bayzoo was told on first. He was told on first. He got told on first. You know what I'm saying? That's facts. That's in the paperwork. He got told on first. Also, I want to say this also. When Bayzoo pointed out or identified whoever he identified with those photos that they put in front of him, nobody went to jail for that. Nobody went to jail for that, right? But that's still telling. That's still telling. Like, and people be under the misconception that if don't nobody go to jail, that's not telling. Yes, it is telling because you're identifying who these people are for the authorities. It's very much similar to the King Yeller situation. I was watching Griselda last night on Netflix. I had already saw it one time, but I like it so much that I watched it again. That's the story of Griselda Blanco. Didn't see it. Go check it out. It's real good. And the Syntax wanted to know who this female Miami narco was, but they didn't know whether she really even existed or not. They didn't even really know. They just heard little bits that it might be one. They was even under the belief that this was, some of the people in the police department was even under the belief that no woman could operate at that level in the drug business at all. So what they did was they had an informant. They had an informant that they paid, and they asked him. They was in a little, if y'all remember the scene, they was in a little bar, a little pub. It was the police lady with the police dude, and they asked the dude, they said, what about this female narco that we hearing about, da 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 da. He first said, I don't know what y'all talking about. I don't know what y'all talking about. So the lady felt like that he didn't want to speak because she was a female. So she walked over to the bar. When she walked over to the bar, her partner walked over to the bar with her, And she say, look, check this out. Go back over there, tell him that I'm stupid and this and that there, and then ask him again, because I believe he'll talk to you. He just didn't want to talk in front of me because I'm a woman. Boom. He went back over there. He asked her, he said what she told him to say. He came back over to the bar where the lady was at. He said, he gave us some. He said, yes, it's a female narco, and her name is Griselda Blanco. That snitch right there, he didn't have to go to court. He didn't have to testify. That shit was off the record. All he did was put a name. He gave a name to the narco, to the police. That's it. That was enough for them to run with it, to figure out who she is. They put a name with who she was, and there it is. And that's what I be trying to tell you. It's a lot of people that snitch that never motherfucking make it down to the courts or none of that. We used to have crackheads that used to snitch on us. The police will stop them, right? The police will stop them, catch them with a stem, or catch them with some dope. Well, it's hard to catch a crackhead with some dope. I ain't even tell you no lie. Them bitches have it in their mouth. They have it up. It's hard to catch a crackhead with some dope. But they would catch them with paraphernalia, stems and shit of that nature. They would jump down on them, threaten to take them to jail. When they didn't take them, and they'll tell them, look, tell us where the dope being sold at. The crackheads will point out a house. Okay, that house right there. Yeah, the one right there on Bentley. Yeah, they selling dope right there. The blue house around the corner right there. The police even get spotted sometime and get a crackhead $20. Yeah, here you go. Know what I'm talking about? Boom. They gone. They never have to go down to the police precinct. They never have to write a statement or nothing. They just gave information that identified where the drugs was being sold. And that's the same similar situation what Bayzoo did. Bayzoo, whether if they knew who these people was or not, he confirmed who they was by him saying, hey, yeah, this such such. He identified about 4 or 5 people that Hook Anonymous said. Know what I'm saying? You could have just said, I don't know who they is. That's it. Fuck it. I don't know who they is, man. Prove that I know who the fuck they is. Now, did anybody go to jail from that? No. And it's going to be some people that say, you know, hey, it's cool because ain't nobody go to jail. That's fine. I don't give a fuck. Feel how you want to feel. I'm telling y'all, I don't be caring whether none of these motherfuckers, I don't be caring about none of this shit no more. Because first of all, I don't be wanting nothing bad to happen to you people. I'm not in the streets no more. So I'm not one of them people that be like, oh, he snitched. Y'all should kill him and this and that there. Nah, I don't feel that way. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel that way. I'm not in the streets. I want all y'all to get out the streets so a bitch can't even tell on y'all. You know what I mean? Go legit, be an entrepreneur. A bitch can't even tell on y'all, so don't even worry about it. So that's how I feel about it. I don't want nothing bad to happen to Bayzoo. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? But when we talk about this content, we talk about what is a spade, if a duck, a duck. Hey, we got to call it right here. That's police shit. He told who they was. He didn't have to do that. When the people put some pictures in front of you, your fucking senses should have went off top. Like, who? I ain't finna tell you the fuck these people is. Anybody that's done been in the streets like Bayzoo, like Bayzoo is a street nigga. He a street nigga for sure. We ain't taking that away from him. He knew as soon as them people put them motherfucking pictures in front of him that he ain't supposed to say, yeah, this is him, this is him, this is him. That's the classic setup when they're trying to get you to tell. What they do, when you see it on the movies, they put some pictures in front of you and they ask you, who is this person? Identify this person. Is this person the murderer? This and that there. Know what I'm saying? He should not have done that. He should not have done that. He should just told him, man, I don't want to talk to y'all. I want to see a lawyer, or I don't know who these people is. All of the above would have been sufficient. You know what I'm saying? So did Bayzoo, like, I'm gonna just put it this way. Did Bayzoo do bad? Just like who can I say? Yes, he did bad. Yes, you identified people for the police, bro. You know what I'm saying? You identified people for the police, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't no way around it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but I'm not saying that somebody should go do something to Bayzoo. I'm not saying that I want nobody to do nothing to Bayzoo. I'm not saying that I even give a fuck. I don't. But I'm just telling y'all, he identified somebody. That's in the paperwork. That's telling. You know what I'm saying? Take it as you may. bump Bayzoo music if you want to. Hey, that's cool. Hey, man, it's a free country. Feel how you want to feel if you want to. But I'm just telling you the real. He pointed out some pictures, man, for the police. He identified people for the police. That's not good. You know what I'm saying? That's not good. Now, nobody went to jail, thank God. You know what I'm saying? So it's going to be people that's going to be able to overlook that, and that's cool. If that's what you choose to do, that's cool. Hey, it's all on you. It's all on what your morals, your principles, your values, all of them is. If you don't want to ever fuck with Bayzoo or bump his music or nothing like that because of what he did, that's fine. That's on you too. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, do what you do. But when it comes down to it, did Bayzoo identify some people for the police? Yes. Yes, he did. Now, let's move on. Let us move on. Let's see what else we want to talk about. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get into fun in a little bit, but I want to also get into goddamn Caresha Maxwell here, because y'all already know that that it's been it's been going up for goddamn Caresha Maxwell. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? If y'all don't know what that is, that's Young Miami. And there are people that's done came out there. She been named in this damn lawsuit. And they trying to say like she like was a facilitator for Diddy to find people to engage in his freak offs. Now I'm gonna say this, like, let me tell y'all something. Y'all already know. Marita boy, I love women. I like freaky women. I like nasty shit. You know what I mean? If y'all ain't seen my new show, Nasty Love, y'all go check it out. You know what I'm saying? That's where we discuss the taboo relationships in today's society. I have some beautiful women on there with me, and we be discussing all type of stuff about relationships and you know taboo shit. You know, we talk about it. So it ain't no motherfucking shame, my game. But I'm gonna say this. The problem was what's going on with Diddy is that the Cassie lawsuit highlighted some of the barbaric shit that Diddy was doing to this young lady, or allegedly, but he paid the lawsuit. So I mean, like, it's like he admitted it. So what I'm gonna say alleged, because he didn't get found guilty in the court of law. So allegedly was doing with Cassie, and that shit done shine a black cloud over motherfucking it's done shine a black cloud over the whole shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna break it down because I'm gonna be as fair to them as I can be. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be as fair to them as I can be, right? So, being that we know that Diddy allegedly did this abusive shit to Cassie in order to get his pleasures, that's how Bill Cosby talking. The pleasures, you know what I'm saying? It's the casting aspersions over all of Diddy's private life. What and what I'm trying to say is this: we assume now, because of the things that Cassie done said and the things that was in that lawsuit, that this is the norm for Diddy when it's an interaction. A sexual interaction. We assume that this is a norm. We assume that a lot of these situations are abusive, and it's casting a dark light over the whole shit. And I'm bringing this point home. What I'm trying to say. We don't know if what Miami put it away. They're trying to say that Miami was a facilitator for these freak offs. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being a facilitator with that if you have people that's willing participants. The problem is if it's abusive and if you have people that's not willing participants. If he's battering motherfuckers, he beating bitches, if he assaulting people, if he got underage people in that motherfucker, then it's a motherfucking problem. But if he got some other freaks in that motherfucker like him, and everybody of age, and ain't nobody getting harmed in that motherfucker, hey, That's what they do. That's one of the perks of being grown. So, but that's the problem. See, the problem is that we read that motherfucking lawsuit, and that shit was disgusting. What Cassie alleged to have happened to her in that damn lawsuit. So now we feel like it's a lot of that going on with everybody who we have interactions with, but that may not be true. And that brings me back to Young Miami. If Young Miami is going to get hoes for her and Diddy the fuck, that's okay, as long as the chicks are willing participants, they of age, they're not being harmed, or none of that shit. You feel me? That's the point I'm trying to make. Now, if they abusing motherfuckers in there, if they got underage motherfuckers in there, if they got motherfuckers who ain't with their shit in there and they motherfucking drugging them, assaulting them, or any of that shit, their ass is dead ass wrong. They in trouble, and they asked me to go to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. And DJ Academic done put this title on Young Miami, and he done changed her name from Caresha or Young Miami to Caresha Maxwell. And if y'all don't know, Willis, whatever her name is, Willis Maxwell or whatever, that's the lady that's in jail now doing 20 years, and she was the alleged co-conspirator, co-defendant, concubine of Jeffrey Epstein, and she helped facilitate, groom, smuggle, traffic young women to Jeffrey Epstein so they could abuse them, assault them, and serve their ass up on a platter for the world's elite. And they DJ Academic just done put this moniker on Young Miami. Now, I don't like Young Miami. Not like that. Not like her. I don't like her personality. I think she's beautiful. I think she's sexy. But I don't like her personality. I don't like the way she went about this whole situation with Diddy. It screams gold digger to me. It screams I go along with this because he got some money and this and that. It just seemed like desperate because the man got some money, and I'll do whatever it takes because he got some money. That's what it screams to me. I'm from Florida, Miami from Florida. I see the mentality of some of these women around here in Florida. You know what I'm saying? And they definitely will do some strange things for some change. If you got a bag from where I'm from, a lot of women will bend to your will. A lot of women will do whatever the fuck you want them to do if you got a bag. You know what I mean? For real, for real. I see it every day. I see it every day. You can have as many women as you want. You can have as many threesomes as you want. As long as you got a bag, then you got somebody that's willing to go. You know what I'm saying? And it's just to the point to where all they see is money, and they want a better life, and they see that this man could possibly give it to them. So they feel like, shit, I'd rather fuck a rich nigga, you know what I'm saying, than to be fucking a broke nigga. You know what I mean? They'd rather put up with bullshit from a rich nigga than to put up with real love from a broke nigga. You know what I mean? It's a lot to do with money. It's a lot to do with money. But I'm gonna play this video and we're gonna get into it and see what Miami's reaction is to her being named in this new lawsuit. Do I believe that Young Miami been involved in freak offs? Fuck yeah. I said as soon as the allegation, Cassie came out with allegations, my eyes immediately turned to Young Miami because I had already seen her say she let Diddy pee on her. So when I seen that she said she let Diddy pee on her, and I read the lawsuit and I see what Cassie said happened to her, and I seen how Diddy was giving Miami so much money, and he was like, you know, like, yeah, this my little dog, this my little piece here. You know what I mean? Not claiming that's his girlfriend, but at the same time letting everybody know, hey, I'm fucking with her, I'm rocking with her. It's hard to get to that level with a man like Diddy unless you doing a lot of the things that he agree with or like. You feel what I'm saying? And Miami definitely seems like she's the type of young lady that know how to, you know what I'm talking about? She know how to work her motherfucking mojo. She know how to work a man. You know what I'm saying? She know how to get to where she want to get to. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what was going on. Do I know for sure? No, but that's what it looked like. But let's go ahead on see what my young Miami was saying. Shout out to the Petty Show. The Petty Show. A lot of this is we don't know if it's true. I want to say this. We don't know if this shit true. This shit is just tea, rumors, opinions. You know what I'm saying? I want y'all to understand that before we get into this video, because a lot of this shit has not been substantiated. You know what I'm saying? Diddy has not been found guilty in now court of law. Young Miami has not been found guilty and none in now court of law. All of these are allegations, so you can take it for what you want. You know what I'm saying? But I just want you to know that we're not saying that any of this is true. This is just for entertainment purposes only. The Fair Use Act, goddammit.
Posting this. Stop posting us. We don't need y'all to post. I don't post positive about us. Y'all always trying to make us seem like we just got problems with everybody. We just these ghetto.
But we think your new nickname is gonna be Caresha Maxwell. Okay, I don't even know your last name, but we're gonna put Maxwell on it because you're the new Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay, you're the chick that is the mother help to the Diddy Jeffrey Epstein operation.
When people first called out that this arrangement between Diddy and Young Miami was strange, some of y'all were stuck on romanticizing it. Y'all said she's just having fun and spending his money. And now here we are in the year 2024 with Young Miami being named in the latest assault allegations and lawsuit against Diddy.
Well, this TikTok user definitely has a point because a lot of fans were romanticizing Young Miami and Diddy's relationship when PPL brought up obvious red flags. But now, chickens have come home to roost, and it turns out those red flags were pointing to something even more sinister than anyone could have imagined. People are now saying that Young Miami was to Diddy what Ghislaine Maxwell was to Jeffrey Epstein, and well, we all know how that ended.
A judge has sentenced former British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell to 20 years in prison.
A federal jury convicted Maxwell in December for helping her longtime associate Jeffrey Epstein recruit teenage girls.
Rumors about Young Miami being on Diddy's payroll and allegedly helping him recruit unsuspecting young women and men for his FO parties have been swirling for a while. However, the speculations reached a boiling point after Diddy's ex-girlfriend Cassie brought light to Diddy's nefarious deeds in her lawsuit filed in November 2023. Cassie dated Diddy for 11 years, and back then, no one really suspected anything sinister was going on. However, Cassie's bombshell lawsuit revealed that almost the entire time she dated Diddy, she was being pressured to do unspeakable things. So of course, fans immediately raised concern about Young Miami, who started dating Diddy sometime in 2021. The fans were urging her to learn from Cassie and get as far away from Diddy as possible. However, Young Miami's reaction to Cassie's revelations was extremely bizarre, and it appeared that she continued seeing Diddy on the low. This is when people started speculating that Young Miami is not an innocent victim, but could be a potential accomplice in Diddy's alleged crimes. Fast forward to February 2024, and that's exactly what Young Miami is being accused of in the new lawsuit filed against Diddy by his former producer, Rodney Lil Rod Jones. Jones alleges that Young Miami helped Diddy lure young people into situations they didn't consent to, and this led some public figures like DJ Academics to proclaim that Young Miami is Diddy's Ghislaine Maxwell. And while Young Miami was initially defiant, clapping back at fans who were mentioning Diddy in her comments, it looks like she's now panicking big time because some of the stuff described in this lawsuit is actually diabolical and could potentially lead to serious legal trouble for Young Miami. But is there any evidence that Young Miami was working as Diddy's Ghislaine Maxwell? And how will she defend herself if these allegations lead to charges? Let's break it down.
That just get on my nerves. Y'all know exactly what the y'all trying to do. Stop trying to play with us. Stop playing with us.
People are all...
Now I want to stop it real quick right here. Now that's why I say people be fucking ignorant. So, bitch, what you thought was finna happen? You see all these allegations came out about this man. What, like, now you talking about people start playing with us. This man settled the motherfucking lawsuit, essentially, pretty much like, it ain't amended, but it's kind of it's looking like he motherfucking amended, because if it was me and I ain't do that shit, bitch, I'm going all the way. And I got a bag too. Bro, let me tell you something. I'm not playing out to a motherfucking thing that I ain't do. That's on God, nigga. Straight up, especially not no shit like this. You crazy as hell. You think I'm finna, do you know how much money Diddy lost by playing out of this? He done lost endorsements, deals, all type of shit. So it definitely makes him look like this shit is true. So what the fuck did you think was gonna happen when he settled out to this shit and people began to believe that what's in this lawsuit was true. And when I mean you, I mean Young Miami. So you gonna get your black ass on here talking about, let's stop playing with us. Bitch, you put yourself in that situation by attaching yourself to this nigga. You know what I'm saying? You put yourself in this situation by attaching yourself to this nigga. And let me tell y'all something. I done seen this shit happen a couple times in the streets, bro. Real talk. Let me tell y'all something, ladies, because a lot of times it be the ladies. But it go both ways with dudes too, but most of the time it be ladies. Check this out. Don't be so money hungry or greedy that when you that you will do anything for somebody with some money. I always told both of my children, don't never let nobody buy you. And it's clear that Young Miami let or put herself in a situation because of the money. You know what I'm saying? And you can tell she put herself in a situation because of the money, because the shit that the disrespect, Diddy didn't even claim this hoe. He didn't even claim her. Went on the award show and gave Cassie a shout out. Went on Young Miami's own show, and Miami asked him what's his relationship status. He told her he was single, but at the same time, you fucking the shit out this girl, acting like y'all go together and all that. She asked him, why can't you move on for Cassie? He said, because I just didn't want to let her go. So in your motherfucking face, he telling you that I'm single, bitch. I don't go with you. But you sitting on the same show saying, yeah, I let Diddy pee on me. See, ladies, let me tell y'all something. I'm finna give y'all some game here. Real talk. And I should not be telling y'all this because it goes against man law. But let me tell y'all some shit. I'm finna give y'all some real shit here, y'all. Y'all can take this shit. Know what I'm saying? Now, I ain't gonna keep doing this shit here now. I ain't gonna keep doing this shit here now. Now, y'all gonna say this shit one motherfucking time. And y'all can listen to it. Y'all can believe it. Or what? Y'all listening? Y'all listening? Okay. Replay game. Y'all replay this shit back if y'all some ladies. If you let us as men, if you play yourself for us as men, we'll never respect you. We'll never respect you. I'm gonna tell you some real shit. If you play yourself for us, if you do some things that we may encourage you to do, we'll never respect you. We'll never. If you cheat on your boyfriend to fuck with us, and you and your boyfriend break up, and you think you finna come over here and be my girlfriend, you sadly motherfucking mistaken. You know why? Because we done saw you cheat on that nigga. And in our mind, she gonna cheat on me too. I see what she capable of. You might love me like a motherfucker, but I can't see past what you did to that last dude to be with me. And I'm gonna feel like you'll do it to me. Same thing here with Young Miami. She done played herself to the point to where Diddy does not look at her like a respectable, viable mate. He looks at her like somebody that he can buy and get her to do whatever he likes her to do. And she put herself in that situation because she accepted the deal. She accepted the 200 and some thousand, however much motherfucking money that he was giving her a month. If you let me pay you, if you let me pay you this much amount of money a month, you pretty much saying that I'm gonna be able to do what I want to do to you. So when it came down to, I knew that. When it came down to that, I already knew that she was doing some strange things. Now I will say this: she not. I don't think she's getting forced to do a motherfucking thing. I think whatever she's doing or whatever she has done with Diddy in the past, I think she did it either for one or two reasons or both. I think she did it to either prove herself to Diddy because she was vying for that top spot because this nigga a billionaire. And goddamn it, if I can lock in with him, then I'm straight for the rest of my life. Like, think about this. She from Miami, bro. She from the land of the scammers. She from the hood, bro. How often do women be able to get their clutches into a billionaire? So in her mind, she looking like, boy, I ain't finna fumble this shit. Whatever he do, whatever I got to do, if I got to stand on my head, if I got to bring 2 or 3 bitches in here, goddamn it, we gonna get it cracking. Cause I'm finna lock this nigga down. This is how some women think. Now, the other reason she might have been doing it, she might be with the shits. I know plenty of women that's with the shits. I know plenty of women that has husbands, boyfriends, and they toss bitches up. They toss them up. They love doing it. They love getting a little going out on the town. You know what I mean? And they do their thing. They do their 1, 2. You know what I'm saying? That's how the relationship dynamic is. And we talk about this type of shit on my new podcast that we have called Nasty Love. Go check it out. This is where we discuss these type of topics at. Go look at my lives and scroll down till you see Nasty Love. This is when we talk about these type of things, because this type of stuff is going on. I pay attention to social media. I see this is what's going on prevalent. If you got a dude with a bag, most likely nowadays the dude with the bag, either he cheating or he in some sort of relationship to where him and his girl got an understanding to where they gonna be fucking bitches. She gonna fuck bitches, because a lot of women like to fuck bitches too. A lot of women like women. You know what I'm saying? Especially these gold digger types that these rappers and celebrities have. You know, they be listen, we talked about this on my podcast. When you got a dude with some money, I'm talking about a real bag. Man, shit. Ladies, you got to put up with some shit. If you want to be with him, he gonna tip. A nigga with some money, he gonna fuck some bitches. He gonna cheat. And I ain't gonna say cheat. He gonna fuck other women. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of women understand this now. So in order to keep their man, being that they might be a little bi-curious or bisexual themselves, shit, they get right in there and join in with the soiree too. And this is what Young Miami probably was doing. You know what I'm saying? Because I asked named in that motherfucking lawsuit. Now, do we think the lawsuit is credible? I don't know. It's yet to be seen. You know what I'm saying? But I do believe that Miami was doing some freaky shit with Diddy, because Diddy is a freaky motherfucker. Let that lawsuit tell it. Let all these other people tell it. And ain't no motherfucking way that she gonna be getting paid $200-something thousand motherfucking month, and she ain't motherfucking busting it motherfucking open. In my opinion. In my humble opinion. You know what I'm saying? So let's keep it going.
The map with their reactions to the most recent lawsuit hitting Diddy, and this round, it's a former male employee dropping some serious bombshells, alleging that Diddy lured him to a lifestyle of wild parties fueled by substances and involving young individuals. The claims extend to some rather disturbing allegations, even dragging in names like Cuba Gooding Jr., Diddy's oldest son Justin Combs, and Young Miami's cousin. Now, the online world didn't waste a beat, quickly dubbing Young Miami as Diddy's Ghislaine Maxwell in reference to the controversial associate of Jeffrey Epstein. This sparked a frenzy of discussions, with fans highlighting numerous red flags in Young Miami's past relationship with Diddy. But let's go over some context first before we move on to the details of this new lawsuit. So no one really knows the scoop on how and when exactly Young Miami and Diddy first connected, but considering they're both into music, it's kind of assumed they bumped into each other at some industry event. Even before they spilled the beans about being a couple, gossip about a possible romance was already making the rounds. Come the summer of 2021, the media was buzzing with speculations.
City Girls was on her Insta story getting some Diddy love. Now, she was sitting on his lap and drinking from a bottle of his De Leon tequila. Now, Diddy is 51. Now, Young Miami is 27. The rumors sparked off back in June when they were spotted together at a party, but it seems to confirm that there is definitely some things going on.
However, Diddy and Young Miami, whose real name is Caresha Brownlee, kept tight-lipped about their romance for months, even though they were spotted out and about together throughout late 2021 and early 2022. Even after plenty of time passed from the initial rumors, Diddy and Young Miami kept dodging the curious questions, adding more fuel to the public speculation. But then everything shifted in June 2022 when the couple decided to spill the beans during the first episode of Young Miami's Revolt podcast, Caresha Please, when Young Miami popped the question.
Do y'all see the play? You see what you see Miami? See, listen, man. Believe what you want to believe. We don't. None of this. All of this is alleged. None of this is set in stone and facts. But look at the actions. Look at the moves. Right. So she's sitting on his lap. Got the liquor. You know what I mean? She make her move, bro. Listen, women make moves on men too, man. Especially men with bags, man. You know what I'm saying? Now she got her own show, which is on his fucking network, Revolt. You see what I'm saying? And she at this point right here, she feeling herself. I done put my plan down. I done did some shit. You know what I'm saying? I got it. Or so she thought. But remember, I told y'all if she was okay with the whole scenario, then that's cool. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm trying to say is you could tell that her plan was to lock him down for her to be the number one, and for her and him to slay bitches, and for him to treat her like the queen. That was her plan. Hey, lady, hey, do your thing. You know what I mean? I'm not knocking the game. I'm definitely not knocking the game. I'm just saying what it looked like happened here. You know what I'm saying? But listen to what right here. This when she got a reality check right here, y'all. This when she got a reality check right here. You know what I'm saying? And she realized that Diddy wasn't just some tender dick motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Check it out now. But the reason why that happened is because Diddy got a bag. And when you got a bag, you got options. This nigga is a billionaire, was a billionaire, close to a billionaire. Bro, do you know how much your don't give a fucks elevate when you got that kind of money? If you got that kind of money, you would feel like that you could get any woman. I could put a bag on you and I could get you. I don't give a fuck if you married. I don't give a fuck what it is. I can put a bag on you. I can offer you 50,000. I can offer you 100,000. I can offer you $1 million. He was paying Caresha $250,000 a month. That nigga come take your bitch. What Chris Brown say? Just got rich. Took a broke nigga bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like this goes down. Like, so can you imagine how arrogant that shit will make someone? And that's what happened. He done had bad bitches, beautiful bitches. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this man done fucked all type of celebrity bitches, people, old ladies. Nobody is ungettable in his mind with that type of bag. You know what I'm saying? But listen to what she asked. Listen. Watch this train wreck.
Are we on the episode? Diddy casually responded, "We're dating." However, he also made sure to add he's officially single.
What's your relationship status? Mr. At Bag?
I'm single. You know, I'm single, but I'm dating. I'm just taking my time with life.
So what we is?
We date. We dating. We go have dates. We friends.
Okay.
We go to exotic locations. We have great times. We go to strip clubs. I'm gonna take you to church.
I love that.
But this episode had another interest.
See, so what happened was right here. See, this is what happened here. She thought that when they done been gallivanting, fucking bitches, going to these extravagant places, he done spent all this money on. He done told her he love her. All of this shit done happened, right? You know, ate a pussy, blowed in her booty, all type of shit. You know what I mean? He done did all of the above, right? So she felt at that point right there, if I put him on the spot on national on this TV show, that I can get him to say that we go together. She chasing him. She chasing him. But what she miscalculated at, you trying to get him to say that, you thinking that you done tenderized him enough to where he gonna say that. But he done had so many interactions with women, and he realized that he got a bag and he can fuck who he want to fuck. Not only that, you doing this on his network. I don't got to tell you. I can tell you what it really is, bitch. I ain't got to tell you that I go with you or no shit like that and what you gonna do about it. Cause your show is on Revolt. I take every motherfucking thing from you that I can. This is what his dynamic is. This is the power dynamic. They say he had got Cassie to sign a goddamn 10-album deal. They say he owned Cassie's whole goddamn career. Same similar situation, but Miami felt like that her pussy was good enough to where she could just, you know, hey, I could beat Cassie out. Man, listen, man. Or I beat the rest of them bitches. I don't know what they were doing. Let me get that nigga. A lot of girls feel like that. A lot of girls feel like if it's a dude with a bag and they see another girl with him, they'll be like, oh, that bitch ain't doing right. Well, let me get that nigga. Well, I bet you I can. You know what I'm talking about? Bro, what y'all fail to realize, some of them fail to realize is, bro, only tender dick dudes you can get with your body. It's just like the same with a man and a woman. You got to get their mind. You know what I'm saying? If this is what the game you playing, you got to get their mind. You can't just lock a bitch down with no sex, no kind of way. Like, you know what I'm saying? Not unless they tempt her. But she miscalculated right there. And Diddy gave her ass a rude awakening, bitch. We just date. I'm single. Which means I'm gonna fuck who I want to fuck, when I want to fuck them. And what you gonna do about it? Not only that, I'm pretty sure she couldn't do shit unless Diddy had her in one of the motherfucking freak offs. Know what I'm saying? Hey man, hey, look, man. I'm just waiting on the lawsuit to come out, or waiting till the shit to come out that say that Caresha was getting dicked down by escorts too. Cause I'm sure that it was some strange things going on in their relationship, being that he was paying her that type of money. No way that type of dude, bro, $200-something thousand a month. Bitch, that's over $1 million a motherfucking year. Know what I'm saying? What that is? Bitch, that $2-3 million motherfucking year. I ain't got my calculator on me right now, but god damn. Do you think that's what also made me realize that maybe it's some shit going on between them? Because if you paying a bitch that type of money, oh man, shit. I tell you what, if I'm paying somebody that type of money, all right. And now our powers combine.
Moment because Diddy opened up about his breakup with Cassie, who has since moved on and started a family with Alex Fine. Caresha asked Diddy why it was so hard for him to move on from Cassie, and Diddy said he simply didn't want to let Cassie go. However, in light of everything that Cassie revealed in her lawsuit against Diddy, you can see how his words have a sinister and dark undertone.
For me to move on.
Wow,
You know?
why was it so hard?
Man. Cause I just didn't want to let her go.
At this point, fans already started telling Young Miami she was a fool for letting Diddy play her because he obviously didn't want to claim her as his girlfriend. However, she dismissed all warnings, and later that same month, another bizarre moment unfolded in their relationship. It went down during the BET Awards night when Diddy snagged the Lifetime Achievement Award. While Diddy was giving his acceptance speech on stage, Young Miami stole the spotlight holding up a Go Poppy sign, cheering him on. Later, Diddy faced some heat for not giving a shout out to the Young Miami, and a lot of people thought it was bizarre. He name-dropped Cassie and thanked her for holding him down, while Caresha was right there in front of him with that sign.
Yeah, and also Cassie for holding me down in the dark times. Love.
And again, fans flooded Young Miami's socials with comments about how she's embarrassing herself for a man who's treating her like less than a side chick. But once again, Young Miami didn't seem fazed. She hit back on X, formerly Twitter, with a straightforward and brief Go Poppy post. Now, in hindsight, none of this is a laughing matter because Diddy reportedly knew that Cassie was preparing her lawsuit when he gave that acceptance speech. And it's very possible his shout out was more like a warning to Cassie to drop the lawsuit and keep her mouth shut. Luckily, though, Cassie didn't let Diddy intimidate her, and thanks to her brave move, all these other people have found the courage to speak out against Diddy. But not Young Miami, though. She kept defending their relationship and ignoring all warnings from fans. Then in September 2022, in an interview with XXL, she kind of admitted that she and Diddy were in an open relationship, although she refused to use that exact terms. We are dating, we single, but we're dating, Caresha said. People don't know what dating means. He's single, I'm single, but we're dating. That's what I mean when I say we go together. When we're together, together, we're together. We're having the time of our lives, but we're still single. Despite Young Miami's attempt to clarify the nature of their connection, the media latched onto the idea of an open relationship. Young Miami, however, wanted to set the record straight, emphasizing that while they were enjoying each other's company and going on dates, there wasn't an official label on their relationship. He sees other people outside of me, and I see people outside of him, she said. I'm young, I'm dating, having fun, doing me. He's doing the same thing. I can't speak for exactly what he's doing or who he's seeing, but we're single and we're dating. Now, from September to November 2022, it seemed like Diddy and Young Miami were practically joined at the hip. Their frequent sightings together were hard to miss, adding more fuel to the speculation fire. Young Miami was also featured in the remix of Diddy's track Gotta Move On, a song Diddy wrote about his breakup with Cassie, and Caresha even graced the music video. And as November rolled around, Diddy had a birthday to remember. Young Miami went all out and gifted him an iced out chain. Later that night, Diddy, who by this point looked visibly intoxicated, ranted about how no one loves him like Caresha does, and he even got down on his knees in front of her.
Ain't nobody loving me like this. She loving me like this. That's what's up. That's what the is up. Oh! Oh! Oh!
Now some fans were saying how cute this was and gushing about Diddy and Caresha's romance. However, those with a little bit more discernment could tell something was off, even though they couldn't really put their finger on it. After this, for a good stretch, everything seemed all sunshine and rainbows in Young Miami and Diddy's world. However, a couple of cracks in the facade started surfacing on the internet. The drama kicked off after Diddy
I just want to say this too. Bruh. Who that was? But shout out to Renata McCocker. Say she been sold herself to the devil. This is true, bro. I just thought about something that I had not even talked about. This man has so many homosexual allegations surrounding him, to the point to where if we hearing this shit, she knows this shit. You is fucking a man that likes other men. Like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like listen, y'all. Let me tell y'all something, dog. Let me tell y'all something, bro. If you down with certain shit, that's cool. That's cool. I'm not judging. I'm not judging. I'm just telling you the results of some of this shit. Now, if you want to go down that path, that's fine. Shit. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, I'm not knocking nobody. Only time I'm knocking is you're doing some criminal or some shit like that, or you're doing some fucked up shit. I feel like people should be able to do what the fuck they want to do when they're grown with who they want to do it with. That's that. I don't trust me. I'm talking shit. I'm cracking jokes, but I'm not judging, period. But I'm just saying, when we do certain things now, I realize certain shit come with it now. Know what I'm saying? The good will take the good with the bad. Now, she took the bag. Maybe she really do got feelings for Diddy. I think she do. I think she do got feelings for him. It's hard to actually be having sex with somebody for an extended period of time and not develop feelings for him. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. So I do believe she got feelings for him. But I'm just finna say this, right? You exposed. Y'all, and by you dealing with Diddy, you exposed. You know what I'm saying? Like, Diddy is alleged to be bisexual. He alleged to like men as well as women. So when we see you kissing him, Young Miami, when we see you professing your love for him, when we see you talking about that you Diddy's girl or whatever, we know that you a fucking nigga that'll fuck another nigga. Like, that's fucking, like, I mean, like, come on, like, bro. If you cool with it, Young Miami, that's your thing. Do your thing. I'm not judging. But I'm just saying, we looking at you like somebody. Well, I'm looking at you like, God damn, what won't you do? You know what I'm saying? Like, where are your morals? Where is the line that you won't cross? Where is the line that you will stop at? Like, what is the deal breaker for you? Because we know that you're a fucking nigga that'll fuck another nigga if he got a bag. You know what I'm saying? So you're a fucking nigga that'll fuck another nigga if you got a bag. And your best friend is Saucy Santana. We ain't gonna get into that because we don't know exactly. Ain't no none of that allegation came out yet. But I'm just saying though, like that make us devalue you in our eyes. But you might not give a fuck because you get paid. That's cool too. You know what I mean? I ain't putting no money in your pocket. I'm just blogging on the shit. But I'm just showing y'all the pros and the cons of the whole shit though. Know what I'm saying? I'm just showing you the pros and the cons of the whole shit. You somebody's daughter, you somebody's sister, you know what I mean? Like you somebody's mama. Know what I'm saying? And it's all about a bag. It make me wonder, like, it's like it just lead the mind to wonder about a lot of things. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I remember academics was trying to say that it was broken. We know academics got like an axe to grind against them, against Young Miami. So I take what academics say about Young Miami with a grain of salt because he's somebody that got an axe to grind with her. But I'm saying, damn, baby, you a fucking nigga that'll fuck another nigga? Like, you'll actually go with a nigga that'll fuck another nigga? Like, because he got a bag? Bro, I'm telling you this shit, bro. I've seen this shit a lot of times, bro. I could tell y'all some stories, but I don't want to tell nobody name or nothing like that. But I done seen this shit before. Like, if a man with a bag see that you will degrade yourself or do some, if you will do anything for a nigga because he got a bag, he gonna look at it, he not gonna value you. He not gonna value you like that. I bet you this right now. I bet you out of all the women that Puffy done been with, I bet you J-Lo up there on the top, up there the highest one, the high on his list. You know why? Because when she seen the bullshit going on, she got the fuck on up out there and didn't go back. Now, I don't know what went on when they was in a relationship together. Maybe some shit, strange shit went on or whatever. But I'm just saying that she had enough self-respect for herself to say, I'm not going to be dealing with this type of shit and I'm gone. Fuck that. Those men with bags, that's what they respect. The bitch that ain't going to let them just walk all over them and do anything that they want to do. Now, they'll play like they like the bitches that let them do anything and this and that there. But the ones who they really respect is the ones who demand respect. And Young Miami was not demanding respect. And if you don't demand respect, you don't respect yourself. If you'll let me disrespect you, then you don't respect yourself. And the people who disrespecting you, they understand this. So that's the quagmire that Young Miami found herself in. She miscalculated. Her game wasn't tight enough. You know, it wasn't.
His 7th child, a daughter, making a public announcement about it.
What's going on here?
November 2022. Diddy wrote on X, I'm so blessed to welcome my baby girl, Love Sean Holmes, Quincy, Justin, Christian, Chance, Delilah, Jesse, and myself all love you so much. God is...
This nigga having babies on there and all, y'all. I know people that done happened to. I know people that's done went with ballers, done fucked over good niggas, went with ballers. The baller done had a couple babies on them. And they be so embarrassed. And they keep fucking with the nigga because he got a bag. And they justify the shit in their mind. Oh, but he my nigga though. They'll even fight with other bitches about the nigga. And the nigga fucking both of y'all. This shit crazy.
The news sent shockwaves across the internet, stirring up a storm of controversy because no one knew Diddy was expecting another child. TMZ eventually obtained the birth certificate, and it was revealed that Diddy's daughter was born on October 15th in Newport Beach, California. Diddy was listed as the father and 28-year-old Dana Tran as the mother. However, not much is known about Dana, and her Instagram disappeared shortly after the birth certificate was revealed to the public. It's also unclear exactly when Diddy and Dana met or the extent of their relationship. But fast forward to November 2023, when Cassie dropped her bombshell lawsuit and rumors started circulating that Diddy paid this woman to have his child in an attempt to solidify his reputation as a family man before it all started crashing down on him. As for Young Miami, after Diddy's announcement about the birth of his daughter, she found herself in the crossfire as fans started dragging her and saying something must be wrong with her to stick around Diddy because no amount of money is worth being publicly humiliated like this. That's when DJ Academics labeled her a side chick and said she was just one of many on Diddy's roster.
A city girl these days is just a low esteem, a low self-esteem chick, bro. You get me? A city girl is just a placeholder on a roster. Let's keep it a beat. Young Miami is like Diddy's side chick, like one of them, like a bunch. Like he got like about like 8, 9. You know what I mean?
See, and this is what I tried to tell. This is what I was just telling y'all earlier. This is what happens because it's Young Miami's fault and it's Diddy's fault. Because it's Young Miami's fault for putting up with it, but it's Diddy's fault also for putting her through it. But at the same time, it really all boils back down to Young Miami because all you got to do is say, man, fuck that shit, fuck these bags, fuck that nigga, man. I'm somebody. I got some self-respect. Like think about this, y'all. She got a fucking kid, and you publicly letting this man do all this shit and it's disrespecting to you. You got mamas, you got a daddy, you got a baby daddy. Boy, let me tell you something. If I'm her baby daddy, I'm looking at this bitch like, man, that bitch ain't shit. You know, you got a dude that probably loved you, probably put you on a pedestal, and now he see that you letting the next nigga do you like this. Now he looking at you like, oh man, this bitch ain't that bitch, man, fuck this bitch. He don't even respect you like that no more. Know what I'm saying? What about when your kid grow up and your kids see this shit? What you gonna tell them? Oh, I did this for money? You're a prostitute. You'll let a motherfucker pee on you, disrespect you, and all this type of shit for some money? When you already famous anyway, you can get your own bag. This just greed. Because you already living better than the average motherfucker. You already had done got to some level of celebrity without Diddy. So you could have just maneuvered on your level of celebrity until you found a way and elevated to a higher level. But regardless of what, you had done already carved out yourself a decent life without Diddy. But you greedy. You want the whole enchilada, and you willing to let him pee on you, when you let him have other kids on you, you willing to let him put you in freak offs, but you might be down with the freak offs. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I really believe that Young Miami, she do like girls too. You know what I'm saying? Because you're gonna hear it a little bit later on in this video where she said that Diddy would have made that other girl eat her pussy. That lets you know right there that she down with the shits too. And she'll do it. She'll do it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, bitch, eat my pussy. Diddy, make that hoe eat my pussy, Diddy. You know what I'm saying? So she with the shit. So it do leave some credence to her being Caresha Maxwell. But let's keep going.
She's like one of the, okay, maybe I shouldn't call her a side because everybody would be like, yo, how could she be a side if she'd have made? She's on the roster.
But here comes Caresha once again defending her place in Diddy's life. She clapped back at the side chick comments on X, saying, I'm nobody's side B. Let's just make this clear on this good Monday. I don't come second to no B. Diddy won't even look half of y'all B's way. But that's not even the most bizarre thing Young Miami said while trying to defend her relationship with Diddy. Shortly after this, she got involved in a heated dispute with Diddy's ex-girlfriend, Gina Huyn. So Gina took to Instagram to post a video mocking Young Miami for fighting over Diddy with the message, page. When she beefing with you over a man, but whole time he got somebody else pregnant. City Girls down 1,000. That's when Young Miami launched a tirade against Gina on social media, making what could be interpreted as racist references to Gina's Asian background. She tweeted, "Gina, you've been down bad ever since I came into the picture, ho. You've been crying for a baby for 10 years. You've been around as a bee that eat P and D when he feel like it. You a eater. You the same bee that was crying on Tasha K because you wanted a baby. Poor sushi." Caresha followed this with another bizarre tweet saying, "You want a baby bee? I have career. You a certified freak? You haven't heard from Diddy since the awards, reminiscing on abortions. Let that hurt go, Chun-Li." But Young Miami didn't end it there. She then shared another disturbing post, which, by the way, has just been made even more disturbing in light of this new lawsuit that seemingly names her as Diddy's accomplice. She wrote, "If I wanted you to eat my pee, Diddy would have had you on your knees. You a eater." Following Cassie's lawsuit, many...
So you see that? Do y'all see what she said? Now, this is what's leading credence to people believing that she's Caresha Maxwell. She says she called that girl a freak, a eater that sucked P and sucked sucked D and P for Diddy. So what that's telling y'all Diddy done told her what the play is. He done told her, listen, that girl definitely be involved in the freak offs. Now, she probably is a willing participant, but I'm just saying that lets you know that she knows what goes on. She said that the other girl that Diddy was fucking with, she know that girl business. How did she know that girl business? Because Diddy told her. Diddy told her that she sucked D and P, and she just put that girl business out there. She also said that Diddy had you eat my pee if I wanted it to. So that lets you know Caresha like a pee. Hey, you see what I'm saying? And she would be cool with it just to dominate this other lady, just to make her feel like she ain't shit. You see what I'm saying? She got the same mentality as Diddy. Them motherfuckers are the same. So I don't think she being forced to do a motherfucking thing. I think she more Caresha Maxwell than she is Cassie. You feel what I'm saying? I think she more is cool down with the shits with Diddy. You know what I'm saying? And that's how she rose to being one of his top bitches, because she down with the shits. Yeah, whatever. Go ahead, Poppy. Yeah, do it, Poppy. Yeah, that's what's going on. That's what the fuck going on here. That she telling it. She telling it, y'all. She telling it.
Fans revisited this tweet, saying this will eventually be used in court against Young Miami. The fact that Young Miami was doing all this to defend a man who refused to claim her and had a baby on her with another woman raised all kinds of alarms, and fans started speculating that it couldn't be only about money and that Young Miami was possibly implicated in Diddy's alleged crimes. Hence her unhinged responses every time someone tried to say anything about Diddy and their bizarre relationship. Meanwhile, Diddy himself decided to shut down the side chick narrative, and though he refused to say what role exactly Young Miami plays in his life, he claimed she's very important. Oh, and he also sent a thinly veiled threat to anyone talking bad about her. He wrote on X, "Young Miami is not my side chick. Never has been, never will be. She's very important and special to me, and I don't play with my shoddy wop. I don't discuss things on the internet, and I will not start today. So think what you want, but know that if you do something to hurt mine, I'm gonna come to your house and we're gonna talk about it like human beings. Love." But interestingly, as the date of Cassie's lawsuit was approaching, Young Miami started publicly distancing herself from Diddy. And in April 2023, during a chat with The Cut, she confirmed that the romantic connection with Diddy was a thing of the past. When directly asked if they were still an item, she immediately replied with a no before quickly adding, "We're still friends, we're still good friends, but we're single." She then talked about how their relationship never came with a label, saying, "That's not my man. We had our own situation. I'm not going to put a title on it. We were messing with each other hard. We're together every day at one point. He supported me, I supported him. I'll let the internet call it whatever they want to call it." But fast forward to November 2023, when Cassie dropped her bombshell lawsuit against Diddy, and fans started speculating that Young Miami might have been a victim too. People started pointing to photos of Young Miami with white nail polish, speculating that Diddy was pushing her into those same FO sessions Cassie talked about in her lawsuit. However, Young Miami had another
Oh, I ain't see the white nail polish. I didn't see the white nail polish. Oh shit! I didn't see that in the white nail polish. Oh man, listen. God damn, man, I ain't see the white nail polish. Oh man. If y'all don't know about the white nail polish, they're saying that Diddy used to make Cassie wear the white nail polish because it highlighted her hands around somebody else's Johnson when he used to get the male escorts to come over there and beat her back in while he sit in the corner and just That's fucking insane, yo. So, damn. So she got the white nail polish on. If you look at this outfit she got on, look, let's break it out. Let me back it up too. Look at this outfit she got on. Don't nothing match with the white nail polish, bro. She got on red earrings and all type of shit. Let me play it real quick. I'm gonna stop.
Started pointing to photos of Young Miami with white nail polish, speculating that Diddy was pushing her into those same FO sessions Cassie talked about in her lawsuit. However, Young Miami had another strange reaction when fans started urging her to speak out against Diddy. When one fan wrote, "You ain't learned," strange reaction when urging her to started pointing to photos of Young Miami with white nail polish, speculating that Diddy was pushing her into those same FO sessions Cassie talked about in her lawsuit.
Look right here, y'all. Look at this outfit. None she got on match with motherfucking white. None. Look, she got red, all that shit. Red, black. That let you know. Yeah, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like she could have had on red nail polish or something like that. She got on white nail polish because she was sucking a male escort dick the night before while Diddy was sitting in the chair in the dark with a Dracula suit on, jacking his dick. God damn. Damn, boy. He got her, dog. He got her. Listen, but I'm going to say this too. Listen, I'm from Florida. Miami from Florida. You know what I mean? I don't know her personally. This is all just opinion. You know what I'm saying? But just paying attention to the things that she done said, the way she done behaved, the statements, you know what I mean, and shit that done came out over the years surrounding her and Diddy. Miami knew exactly what the fuck she was doing. Miami is a willing participant, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Miami ain't nobody that's been forced to do a motherfucking thing. But I'm gonna tell you something though. I'm gonna tell you some real shit though. Watch this, dog. Y'all heard it here first. Morita boy gonna say it here first. And I ain't heard nobody say this. I'm gonna step out on a limb here. Listen, who in the chat? Who in the chat, goddammit? I'm gonna need y'all to be here when this shit happen. So I got anonymous ones in the chat. I got boredom in the chat. I got raw nature in the chat. Who else I got in the chat? I just want to make sure y'all here because Morita boy finna say this real quick. I'm finna go out on a limb here. Young Miami gonna sue Diddy. Young Miami gonna sue Diddy. Watch what I tell y'all here. This is the way she come out on all this shit. She get what she want, and she save her reputation somewhat. Young Miami gonna sue Diddy similar the same way Cassie did. She ain't gonna ride with him all the way down to the ship sink, and the ship fucking sinking. The fucking ship is sinking. She gonna come out and say that Diddy forced her to do some shit too. God damn it. What Cassie got? Allegedly 30 million? Miami finna get us some money too. She finna get us some money too. Yeah. She gonna sue Diddy. Trust me when I tell you this, him. Another one says she sued Diddy, she's gonna be the next Kim Porter. She might. But I'm telling you, watch what I tell you. I got a sneaky suspicion you're gonna get a fucking Young Miami lawsuit saying that Diddy forced her to be involved in free calls. Think about this, bro. If Young Miami sued Diddy, he's gonna have to settle. He's gonna have to settle. If she put in a lawsuit, the same shit that Cassie put in that lawsuit, he ain't finna fight that shit. He gonna settle. He gonna settle. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Y'all heard it here first. Just only a speculation. But I can see that shit coming down the pipe. She gonna sue Diddy, and she gonna say that Diddy made her do all this shit right here, and she gonna go on this whole little campaign for battered or bruised women, and that shit gonna that shit, she gonna try to save the way she look, her face in front of everybody, and she gonna hit Diddy for some money, and that's gonna be it. She probably gonna wait until she makes sure that the ship is sinking. You know what I'm saying? But as these lawsuits and allegations continue to come out, especially with this lawsuit that's alleging that she was involved in the shit too, the only way I see, okay, put it this way, they is saying that she was a facilitator of this shit, or the freak offs and recruiting bitches and shit like that. If she come out and sue Diddy, she could say she was made to do the shit. You see what I'm saying? She could come out, she could say she was made to do the shit. Young Miami gonna sue Diddy, y'all. Watch what I tell y'all now. Why would I tell y'all now?
However, Young Miami had another strange reaction when fans started urging her to speak out against Diddy. When one fan wrote, "You ain't learning from Cassie Sista," she clapped back saying, "I think you under the wrong B page, LMAO." But as the other lawsuits started rolling in, each one more disturbing than the next, Caresha stopped responding to fan comments about Diddy, and it looked like she was doing her best to make people forget they ever dated. She also rushed to find a new man, and back in January, she sparked reconciliation rumors with her baby daddy, Southside, when they were seen partying together in Atlanta. However, it looks like Young...
If I'm Southside, I'm making that bitch do some of the weirdest, strangest shit to fuck back with me. Like, pussy ass hoe, excuse me, ladies, in the chat. But I ain't talking about y'all. I'm talking about this bitch, Miami. Pussy ass hoe, you gonna go let a nigga pee on you. You gonna fuck a nigga that, first of all, matter of fact, I just thought about it. I would never fuck back with that bitch. It's first, soon as I found out that you was fucking a nigga that fucked men, oh, it's over, baby. I don't give a fuck if I got 10 children from you. You fucking a punk. Like, come on, baby. Like, and you think you finna come back and have sex with me? Man, you crazy as hell. I don't give a fuck. But listen, put it this way. No. We ain't saving them like that, Jack. I don't give a fuck. Hell no. Hell no. Hell fuck no. You finna go and and I'm gonna tell you how this shit play out. She'll go back to her baby daddy if his lame ass to take her back, and she'll want him to put up on the pedestal. But you the same girl that was having sex with a dude that having sex with other dudes. Y'all probably having sex with them together. Sasha Santana, your best friend, allegedly, and you let niggas pee on you and all type of shit, and you gonna come back over here and want me to treat you like a queen? When I done saw you degrade yourself, when I done saw you disrespect yourself, knowing that our baby gonna see this shit one day because the internet's gonna be here. Man, I might spit in that bitch's face. Know what I'm saying? For real, bitch, you don't get out my face. You dead to me, ho. Bitch, just let me know what time. Bitch, just be there when it's, just drop my baby off when it's time for me to pick my baby up. You know what I mean? And all that type of shit there. But other than that, bitch, we don't got nothing to talk about. Because you just showed me that who you really are. Put it that way. And you definitely don't have no self-respect for yourself. So why should I have respect for you? That goes back to what I was just telling y'all. If y'all don't respect yourselves, other people won't respect y'all. And if you let them disrespect you, then they won't respect you. You know what I'm saying? Now, don't get it twisted. I'm not saying ain't nobody gonna get disrespected. You know, you got the internet now. You got motherfuckers that can talk all type of shit across the internet now. You can't just go kill every fucking body that talking shit about your internet. But I'm talking about people in your personal life. People that's in that you got some control over. You know what I mean? Your spouse or your friends or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to be associated with these type of people. Them is the type of motherfuckers that I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Like a bitch can talk shit over the internet all day and shit like that. It is what it is. You can't do nothing about that. But I'm just talking about, you know, like this type of shit. Like, be honest with you, bro. It's the deal she took. She took the deal for the money, but you a hoe. I mean, like that's what she put herself in that category. You know what I mean? Now, if you look at JT on the other hand, you know what I mean? JT seemed like she's taking another path. JT seemed like she's taking I'm a one man type of woman You know what I'm saying? That's what she looked like she taking. Just pay attention now. JT seemed like she rocking with one dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't hear about her business all over the internet and shit like that. You see what I'm saying? All we know is JT and Uzi, and maybe one or two other motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Before then. But I'm just saying.
Miami's past with Diddy is now coming back like a boomerang, and if the allegations made about her in this new lawsuit are true, well, she won't be able to ignore them for much longer. So as you all know by now, Diddy's former producer, Rodney Lil Rod Jones, filed an explosive lawsuit against Diddy, accusing him of a bunch of disturbing stuff. The lawsuit was filed under the RICO Act, and Jones named several other industry figures who allegedly helped Diddy run his criminal enterprise. And sure enough, Young Miami is mentioned in the lawsuit. So according to Rodney Jones, Diddy orchestrated an incident involving Young Miami's cousin. Jones alleges
Hold on here.
on him. The lawsuit.
Damn, that shit fell under the RICO? I gotta go double check that. I ain't sure about that. Damn, so this lawsuit was filed under a RICO? So Diddy got a RICO charge? How? Hold on. I'm not, now this is something that I'm not well versed in, y'all. I'm not gonna even fucking lie. So he filed a lawsuit against Diddy, but the lawsuit is filed under a RICO. So you can file a lawsuit which is not criminal, which is civil, and file it under a RICO. Oh, okay, interesting. I gotta double check that. I never heard of that. But hey, that don't mean it ain't true. I ain't no fucking law student or nothing like that.
States that Young Miami was present during the incident, as well as several members of Diddy's staff. Elsewhere in the lawsuit, Jones alleges that Young Miami was among multiple individuals who were paid a monthly fee by Diddy to work as his S-workers. The allegations have sparked a debate among fans on social media, with many saying Young Miami needs to be investigated because it sounds like she was in charge of recruiting people for Diddy's depraved.
I told y'all. I told y'all this. I told y'all, nigga. Listen, all of this is alleged. None of this has been proven. This is all just speculation. Fair use that. Yada 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 yada. But it looking like, hey man, you know what I'm saying, bro? I'm telling you, bro, $200-some-thousand a month. I'm Diddy. Or I got a bag. Put it this way, I got a bag. What the fuck am I paying you $250,000 a month for? Oh, I know. Take that. Telling you, she got the white fingernail polish on. Oh man, damn boy, she freaked out. Ooh, I can't wait till them motherfucking tapes pop out. God damn it. God damn.
Sessions. And then DJ Academics went a step further, claiming that Young Miami was Diddy's Ghislaine Maxwell.
But we think your new nickname is gonna be Caresha Maxwell. Okay, I don't even know your last name, but we're gonna put Maxwell on it because you're the new Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay, you're that is the mother help to the Diddy Jeffrey Epstein operation.
Academics also later hopped on X and reposted Caresha's old tweet where she seemingly threatened Diddy's ex-girlfriend Gina. So Academics tagged FBI, PETA for some reason, the DEA, Donald Trump, and ICE, and wrote, "Ayo, check this out. Find out what island they was on doing this freak off." But unlike before, when Young Miami wouldn't waste 2 seconds responding to Academics, this time she's staying completely silent, and reports are saying she's in major panic mode over being named in this new lawsuit. As for fans, as hard as it is for most people to agree with DJ Academics, they're saying he's right about Young Miami and that she needs to be investigated. One fan revisited that disturbing tweet Young Miami wrote about Gina, saying, "When Caresha told Gina this, it didn't sit right with me." Fast forward a year after this tweet, Cassie spilled, "Young Miami is Ghislaine Maxwell at this point." And another person added, "That's why Young Miami was so quiet. She's not a victim, she's an accomplice." But what's your take on Young Miami's relationship with Diddy? Do you think it's fair to compare her to Ghislaine Maxwell?
Hey, let me tell y'all something too, bro. A lot of this shit going down too. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of this shit going down. I see it even in my arena. You know what I'm saying? Y'all looked at a McMill shit. Anonymous ones. Hey, look, a lot of this shit going down. I'm talking about even on a local scale. Like I'm telling y'all, on my social media, on my Facebook, It is people who ain't got nearly the money as Diddy, and they got this type of relationship dynamic. You know what I'm saying? I'm not knocking them. I'm not knocking them. I'm not knocking. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I'm just being real. I'm just saying, I believe that a lot of this going on. And when I mean a lot of this, I mean like especially in the celebrity world. You know what I'm saying? Like just think about what we have heard in recent times. You know, you got Will and Jada, they kind of like the pioneers of the shit. You got goddamn Tiny and T.I. You know what I'm saying? You got goddamn Diddy and whoever he got going on with. You know what I'm saying? You got goddamn Monique and her husband. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, listen, like, bro, these people ain't just having no regular motherfucking sex, bro. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all, bro. When these people got this kind of money and this kind of power and this type of influence and this type of life, that regular shit, that shit boring to them, bro. Them people cheating, them people having open relationships, them people having the swinger parties, them people doing all that type of shit. We just heard it. We see what Adam 22 got going over there with his girl. We just heard Poetic Flacco say as soon as he became a co-host on No Jumper, he was invited to a freak off that Adam 22 hosted. You see what I'm saying? He said it was social media influencers and rappers in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like this shit goes on, man. You know what I'm saying? Like not on that. This shit ain't. Matter of fact, this ain't nothing new under the sun. This shit been going on forever since the goddamn Roman days. You know what I mean? With all that bullshit they had going on. But I'm just saying, like, when these people get this type of money and these people get this type of power, you think these people just going home fucking they one old lady every night and just going to sleep and that's it? Some of them are, but not a lot of them. You know what I'm saying? The old lady fucking the trainer and the man fucking the nanny. You know what I'm saying? I saw motherfucking not saying they got nothing going on, but I saw goddamn Yandy and Mendici. I saw they goddamn nanny, nigga. They nanny thick as grits. Thick as grits. Goddamn the son, little Mendici, he looking at her like, yeah, boy, yeah. The daddy like, yeah, boy, look at her son. What y'all think going on in there, man? Man, come on, man. Listen, bro. A lot of these women like women, and a lot of these men like women that like men, and I do too. I like women that like women. For real, for real. I like women that like women. You feel me? And this is what's going on here. I just ain't got the money to facilitate the shit. You know what I mean? But if I had the money like Diddy them or some of them, of course I'm fucking with hoes that like hoes. You feel me? Straight up. I'm finna sow my royal oats like Prince Akeem from Zamunda. You know what I'm saying? Shit. You know what I mean? And most men with that type of money gonna indulge in that type of shit too. Unless you just in love with who you're in love with. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of this shit going on, man. That's why I ain't judging these people. I'm just too broke in order to have that type of lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like a lot of this shit is self-inflicted. What happened to Young Miami? I feel like she sacrificed her self-respect for the bag, and this is the cause. This is the effects of it. And I do feel like she's gonna eventually come out. She's gonna sue Diddy. She's gonna make a dash for the money. She's gonna try to save her reputation, and she's gonna sue Diddy. And I think Diddy is going to eventually be shamed out of the spotlight, if not go to jail. I don't think this shit over. I think Diddy's situation is going to end up just as bad as R. Kelly's. Probably, yeah, because it's not going away. It's not going away. It's not going away at all. It's not going away. It's not going away at all. But we shall see. We shall see. Let's get to my baby, Fanni. I love it. That's my boo here, y'all. Y'all know Fanni. That's my baby, though. Fanni. 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 I ain't gonna lie to y'all. They've been bamboozling me with all these lives on the Fanni Willis damn case so damn for all goddamn week. I can't tell you if it's live or if it ain't.
the 1981 case. In that case, it said appellees have, and that there must be, by failing to disqualify the assistant district attorney, absent an actual conflict of interest. I think the language there is very clear, and I think it's very controlling, and I think it's purposeful. I would submit to the court, because an actual conflict of interest is what is required in order for a district attorney to be disqualified, because the cases make very clear, and through the precedent relating to this issue, that a disqualification of a district attorney is the last, for lack of better words, ditch effort that should be exercised as it relates to the court in curing certain conflicts that may arise. I think the case law is very clear that every effort is supposed to be made instead of, or I guess in lieu of, disqualifying the district attorney, unless an actual conflict of interest is what's found, Your Honor. And it can't be cured. So what I would reference to the court, as was brought up earlier in Lyons v. State, 271, Georgia, 639, a 1999 case where it talks about a theoretical or speculative conflict will not impugn a conviction, meaning that speculation, conjecture, things of that nature, assumptions are not enough for anything to arise to an actual conflict. And what I would submit to the court as well, that goes to the fact that what has to be shown is an actual conflict. If it's speculation.
Is there any qualifier there, though, that's in a post-conviction context? So we're talking about, competent evidence. We're obviously in a pretrial phase here. I've wondered how much import to give that sentence when we're in a pretrial realm. That's assessing whether to overturn a conviction, and usually that's kind of an entirely different standard where we assess as a totality: was there a fair trial? Is there harmless error? I know there's no harmless error when it comes to disqualifications, but just a thought, if you have any reactions.
Well, I think what Your Honor said is pretty on point, in the sense that if it's found that if the trial court either applied the wrong standard or should have disqualified the district attorney, it leads to an automatic reversal, like you said, and it goes back to the trial court. And I think that is very enlightening, in the sense that that's only done if an actual conflict is shown, and the fact that it can't just be theoretical, speculative, or assumptions that would lead to the appearance of impropriety, the appearance of a conflict that would lead to.
I guess I'm borrowing kind of from, as we've been doing the other pretrial motions, special demurrers seem to get different treatment pre-trial and post-trial. Post-trial, they get more of a pass unless you can show some issues, and I'm wondering if that same principle applies here with disqualification.
Well, and
but I don't have the answer to that.
Well, what I would also say, and I don't remember the exact line, but I know there in Judge McBurney's order, he does address some of the concerns as it relates to the standard as it is applied post-conviction versus pre-trial during pre-trial issues. And what I would say to the court is that.
So you're citing that in support? Because I didn't think the state was all that pleased with the analysis he applied.
Well, what I'm citing,
legal analysis, that is.
I'm citing what you specifically referenced as to the standard that is to be applied pre-trial and post-trial, whether it makes a difference. And what I would say to the court is the answer is no, as it relates to the speculative nature of the allegations or the claims made by defense counsel as it relates to whether a conflict actually exists, Your Honor. What I can't do at the moment is point exactly to the page at the end of the state's argument. I can give you the page number as it relates to Judge McBurney's order.
I think I know what you're talking about, the footnote where he references the appearance standard.
Yes.
All right, I'm looking at it.
Further, in Lamb v. State, 267 Georgia 41, on page 42, it's a 1996 case where the court says, nevertheless, the conflict must be palpable and have a substantial basis in fact. A theoretical or speculative conflict will not impugn a conviction which is supported by competent evidence. Now, I understand as it relates to the post-conviction factor or the status of the case being in post-conviction based on Your Honor's earlier inquiry, but I would submit to the court that as it relates to the issue of disqualification, that the standard is the same whether it's post-conviction or pretrial. In Bloomfield v. Bornstein, which is 247 Georgia 406, it's a 1981 case. In that case, it says the appellees have not shown us a case where a per se rule was applied to disqualify an attorney on the basis of an appearance of impropriety alone. The Georgia cases cited by the appellee do not stand for the proposition that a trial judge is authorized in Georgia to disqualify an attorney solely on the basis of an appearance of propriety, which further goes to the state's submission to the court that the standard is that an actual conflict must be shown, and that conflict that arises shows there's a personal stake of the district attorney as it relates to their personal financial gain that's being alleged. So in the case that's been referenced by all parties here today, Whitworth v. State 275 Georgia, Appeal 790 to 2005 case. In that case, it says Whitworth's complaints are largely based on speculation and conjecture. Applying any evidence standard to the record, it is clear that the trial court did not abuse its discretion in denying Whitworth's motion to disqualify Morgan based upon his personal interest in his conviction.
Aren't we past the speculation and conjecture aspect of this, though? I mean, the original and the core of the financial allegation was that there is a relationship and that money has changed hands. There's maybe still an open question of where the ledger stands, but I think it was conceded that that balance could run in one way or in the district attorney's favor. Is that contested?
Yes. What's not contested is that a relationship did develop between
and that purchases were made back and forth. That's the state's position.
That is the state's position, but they were made back and forth. The purchases were made back and forth, either to equal the money that was spent by one party or the other, and if that wasn't done, cash was exchanged in order to equal the costs that were paid by either one of the parties.
Right. But that's a facted issue, whether it was, split even, or whether it goes a little bit one way or another, or whether it's all the way $10,000 one way or another. That's a facted issue as a result of the hearing, but it's no longer just the theory that money changed hand is no longer speculation or conjecture.
Well, I agree that money actually changed hands is not speculation and conjecture, but whether that money that changed hands had any financial benefit or gain to the district attorney, that is all speculation and conjecture. I would submit to the court. Absolutely all speculation and conjecture to harass and honestly embarrass the district attorney based on some of the questions that were asked that had absolutely nothing to do with the proceedings that we were here. For example, the lien on her alleged house, that was highly irrelevant, had nothing to do with the proceedings and the exchange of money between the district attorney and Mr. Wade. The point of that line of questioning was to, again, embarrass and harass the district attorney in a way that was very public, and in a way that was to impugn her character as it relates to that line of questioning in front of the court, in front of anyone watching the proceedings as it unfolded. And the language in Whitworth, I would again submit to the court, requires that an actual conflict must be shown, which is why the reference to speculation and conjecture is again a reference, because speculation and conjecture leads to or equals an appearance of impropriety, not necessarily an actual conflict, which I submit to the court is what is required based on the case law. So in State v. Sutherland, which is 190 Georgia Appeal 606, it's a 1989 case. And it says, while the prosecuting officers should see that no unfair advantage is taken of the accused, yet he is not a judicial officer. Those who are required to exercise judicial function in the case are the judge and the jury. The public prosecutor is necessarily a partisan in the case. If we were compelled to proceed with the same circumspection as the judge and jury, there would be an end to the conviction of criminals, which goes to the premise that the appearance of impropriety is to apply to judges, not prosecutors. Because if that standard was to be applied in the manner in which the Sutherland case is referencing, then there would never be a criminal prosecution, because the state is always going to appear biased as it relates to getting justice for the victims or righting the wrong as it relates to the crimes in which the defendant is been indicted or accused of. So I want to move into, I guess, the evidence that Your Honor saw and heard during the last couple of days, 3 total days of testimony as it relates to the witnesses. You heard from Ms. Yurdy, who the state would contend is a disgruntled former employee. You heard from Terrence Bradley, also someone who is a disgruntled former partner. The text messages in the state's opinion show that he is vengeful. You heard from his own testimony here sitting before the court that all he did was speculate, and any information that he had and garnered and then passed on to Ms. Merchant was mere speculation. I believe he said that over and over again when asked if he had personal knowledge. My recollection is around 15 times he said he had absolutely no personal knowledge of a romantic relationship between the DA and Mr. Wade. You also heard from the special prosecutor, Mr. Wade, a former judge. You heard from the 80th governor of the state of Georgia, Roy Barnes. You heard from the first female elected district attorney of Fulton County, and you heard from her father, who was a 40-plus year practicing attorney in good standing when he left the practice of law. And what I would submit to the court is that Ms. Yurdy's testimony was nothing more than inconsistent at best, based on what I referenced to the court earlier as it relates to the representations that were made by her counsel prior to.
Are those in evidence? Would his responses during a motion to quash, which weren't subject to cross-examination by defense attorneys, weren't even part of the evidentiary record of the hearing? Again, I'm just kind of puzzled by that. You didn't ask the question of Ms. Yurdy, what did you tell your attorney before coming here? And then we could have dealt with privilege issues and whatever else.
I would agree with the court. It's not in evidence, but it was a statement by an officer of this court to the court during a hearing related to her testimony and how we would proceed with her testimony in this hearing. But it's clear that what was represented as to why she would not have, I guess, be an appropriate person to testify was that she had absolutely no knowledge of the romantic relationship. That was the basis of why her counsel was saying that she shouldn't have to testify.
So then under that theory, if accepted, where did the incentive arise between Monday and Thursday for her to completely change things around?
Where did the incentive arise?
So she was fighting so hard to avoid if we're going down that road you propose, she was fighting to have not to come in here and testify at all. And then she comes in here and testifies. Why would she have testified the way she did if she didn't want to testify so strongly? If we're going down this road of trying to just gauge her interests and these kind of things, I don't know if I'm quite following that theory.
And I can appreciate that, but I would say the reason she didn't want to testify, I would submit to the court, is because this is an incredibly public forum where she would have to testify against a former friend and a former boss. And I think the change, I wouldn't qualify it as an incentive. What I would qualify it as is ultimately when she was forced to testify, right, a motive and a bias as to why she testified in the manner in which she did. When asked by Ms. Merchant as to the reasons for her leaving, she kind of danced around the issue. And then as Ms. Cross asked her about whether she resigned or forced to leave, she was fired, she came out and said she was given the choice: you can either resign, but either way you're leaving. You're fired, or you can resign in a manner in which, she wouldn't be officially fired, when she's trying to get future employment and things of that nature. So I would submit to the court that there's absolutely no incentive. An incentive is not why Ms. Yurdy's testimony changed, or the state would contend her testimony changed, but it was the reason she testified the way she did was because of her bias towards the DA, which gave her motive to what the state would contend is be less than honest before the court. And I would. But if we're going to draw inferences based on her fighting the subpoena, why would she have fought it if she had such a bias and wanted to say these untruths? Because she didn't want to come on national television and have to be exposed to the things that, well, I don't know anybody who wants to testify before a court in a normal trial, a normal proceeding, but one of what I would qualify in this high profile of a nature where everybody would be able to watch and learn at what she has to say as it unfolds in the courtroom. And I'd further submit to the court, there is reference to she left the DA's office in the text message that were submitted in, I believe, Defense Exhibit 39, that it's because she released confidential information in the DA's office, from the DA's office, that led to her firing, that she wasn't. And I know I'm just because it's more conversational, which I appreciate. I know I might be getting you off script, so I don't want to use up all your time if you need to get through some other things. Next, Terrence Bradley. And I believe the one thing that the state and defense counsel can agree on, that he was less than honest at times during the proceeding and during his testimony. He, when pressed or asked by Mr. Sadow why he was fired, he basically chalked it up to a dispute between partners in a business. But when pressed by Ms. Cross, it was clear that that wasn't the reason. And what I would submit to the court, what has been referenced by defense counsel as baffling as to why the state would go into such a topic area. The state, as all counsel has when appearing before the court, has a duty of candor. And when Ms. Cross knew she was going to have to cross Mr. Bradley, she knew he lied. And she had a duty of candor to the court, in the state's opinion, to expose that. More importantly, it goes to his credibility and the statements that had been represented by defense counsel that he allegedly had made in the past. So it was important to bring that to the court's attention, because when a witness is testifying, the court is assessing their credibility and determined to whether to believe the veracity of the statements made by the witness or not. So that is the most important factor when determining whether somebody is telling the truth or a lie. Furthermore, he reluctantly, when pressed, finally admitted that he paid off the assault victim. Eventually it started with an escrow account and led to he did pay off the victim in that case. He testified over a span of 3 days, and like I referenced to the court, he must have said 15 times that he had no personal firsthand knowledge as it relates to the relationship between Miss Willis and Mr. Wade. More importantly, when pressed by counsel, he could not pinpoint a time in which he knew that the relationship occurred. There were many instances in which he described that very well could have fallen within the time frame that was testified and by both Miss Willis and Mr. Wade as it relates to the relationship beginning or transitioning into dating in March of 2022 and into the end of the relationship in August or the summer of 2023. As I referenced to the court, the statements that Mr. Bradley made, the state would contend are inadmissible hearsay as it relates to the statements that he was pressed and asked about what Mr. Wade told him, because Mr. Wade was never confronted with those statements. And in order for impeachment to be proper, he must be confronted with the specific statements that are alleged to have been made in order to impeach him. Again, Mr. Bradley had every motive to lie. I believe the text messages are kind of clear, are very clear as it relates to his disdain towards Mr. Wade, which due to the fact that he was expelled or exiled from a thriving law practice, and it was clear that the practice and Mr. Wade sided with the alleged sexual assault victim, which is clear he assaulted her due to the fact that he paid her off. And as I referenced earlier, Miss Merchant represented to the court that Mr. Bradley had personal firsthand knowledge basically of it all, of everything, and that he would be able to basically be an impeaching machine. I think Your Honor referenced him as the star witness when you were addressing the claims that were made by Ms. Cross in relations to Ms. Merchant's representations to the court. And what I would submit to the court is that all Mr. Bradley's representations as it relates to whether or when the relationship between Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade began, and whether they cohabitated, because that was a promise that was also made, that he would be able to impeach the investigators as it relates to cohabitation, was mere speculation, gossip, and innuendo. And this is, Your Honor.
The impression I got, and we can correct this while we're all here together, is that Mr. Bradley directly overheard a statement from each of these individuals that they could be impeached with. Ms. Merchant, is that accurate?
Directly overheard. Which ones are we talking about?
Well, essentially, that kind of seemed to be all of them. You had said Allen, Bond, Young, and then the investigators, Hill, Green, and Ricks, could all be directly impeached by statements overheard by Mr. Bradley.
Yes.
In reference to your question, the unequivocal answer was yes. And when Your Honor is looking through the text messages, I would submit to the court that the text messages don't even say or indicate what was represented to the court in relation to the good faith basis for this motion to disqualify as it relates to the testimony of and the ability to impeach witnesses through Mr. Bradley. What's been referenced by all counsel is Mr. Bradley's assertion of absolutely as it relates to whether the relationship existed prior to Mr. Wade's hiring. And the question in itself involves speculation, because it asks, do you think it started before she hired him? And he says absolutely. He doesn't say he knows. He doesn't provide any context as to how he knows. And in these text messages and through his testimony with the court, the source of his information was unclear. What I would say to the court as to a lot of things, other than the one conversation that allegedly occurred between Mr. Wade and Mr. Bradley. And I would submit to the court that conversation never occurred. That would be the state's contention. And how do we know that? We know that because that conversation was not confronted, or Mr. Wade was not confronted with that conversation. And that is evidence circumstantially, and I'd even say direct, as to that conversation not existing. Because based on the representation made by defense counsel, it would be clear that that would be a conversation that would have been relayed to, because it wasn't privileged, as Your Honor found, that would have been relayed to Ms. Merchant. And if that conversation happened, you better believe that would have been a conversation that defense counsel would have confronted Mr. Wade with and against. And the reason they didn't do that was because it didn't exist. Again, you heard from Mr. John C. Floyd III, the district attorney's father. As Your Honor heard, he was a well-respected member of the legal community for over 40 years. But the importance of his testimony was to provide the court with corroboration as it relates to the years leading up to the relationship that transitioned into dating between the district attorney and Mr. Wade. What he testified to is that he moved into her South Fulton home in 2019. The evidence of his moving into that home at that time was his Georgia driver's license, official government document. He further testified that not only did it wasn't that just Miss Willis and himself live at the South Fulton home, but that he often would see on numerous occasions the significant other of Miss Willis that was not Mr. Wade. He referenced that that person had a nickname of Deuce, and that he kept a lot of his belongings in the garage of Miss Willis. He specifically said he kept a lot of his disc jockey equipment, is how he referred to it when before the court. He made very clear that he had never seen Mr. Wade at the South Fulton home that is owned by Miss Willis. He made clear that he lived in that home with Miss Willis and Miss Willis alone, other than her two daughters who would occasionally visit that home until after February of 2021. But what precipitated the soon move of Miss Willis to what I would reference as safe houses for her protection was a protest that occurred before her home in February of 2021. He then expressed to the court that Miss Willis moved in the spring of 2021, and that due to these threats that were taken very seriously, he had only seen his child 13 times. He said, in reference to the questions by defense counsel that were in a, and I'm just going to be straight up with the court, they were trying to make Miss Willis a liar, what is how I would submit to the court, in the sense that she testified that she was concerned for her safety and her family's safety, which included her father and her daughters, and that Mr. Floyd remaining in that home kind of rebutted all of that, made it so it wasn't true. But he testified that he stayed in the home because it was the home that she had put her blood, sweat, and tears in and was able to buy, and that he stayed in the home because there was constant officer presence. He told the court that he bought extra security equipment. He even went as far to tell the court that he slept in different rooms on different nights because he felt his safety was in such a concern. So I would submit to the court that line of questioning was done in an attempt to discredit Miss Willis, but failed. Would be this how the state would characterize it. Then he testified about the first time that he did meet Mr. Wade, which is in 2023 here at the district attorney's office, and he talked about how he kept cash in his home and why Miss Willis kept cash in his home. And what I would, what the court should take note of is the state didn't ask Mr. Floyd about the cash in his home. That came out through the cross-examination of defense counsel. So there was I guess, an implication that Mr. Floyd only did so due through his preparation with the state and his hearing and seeing news articles and clips related to the testimony that had occurred prior to him. But I would submit to the court that it's telling that that information came out through questions that were asked by defense counsel, which gives credibility to the statements that were made. And he further explained as to why he taught his daughter to keep cash in the home as it relates to financial independence and having a safety net. It was further testified that he had multiple safes and that he gave Miss Willis his first lockbox, or her first lockbox, for situations as she described when she was testifying. And what I want to make clear is during Ms. Willis's testimony, it was pressed about the cash and where she kept it, and did it follow her, where she laid her head, and things of that nature, trying to further discredit the practice that she had as it relates to keeping cash in her home, and why she had the ability to pay cash to Mr. Wade and other people and for other situations. And what the court should take note of is that there was no evidence that controverted that at all. Where was the evidence that controverted Miss Willis's claim and practice of keeping cash in her home? There was none. In fact, the only evidence is it was substantiated through the testimony of her father, Mr. Floyd. Furthermore, you heard from former Governor Roy Barnes, and his testimony was significant and important because how I would phrase it, Your Honor, is it debunks.
Let me on this point, and I think you might have had a more recent opportunity to review his testimony than I have. You say on the slide that she was the first choice to lead the prosecution. Was that actually his testimony, or was his testimony that he was asked to come aboard? Did he use the words that he was asked to lead?
Yes, it would be that's my recollection, that he was asked to lead the prosecution. He was asked to he was asked to fill the position that Mr. Wade is currently in, which is the lead prosecutor. It was said in that way as well as it relates to the testimony of Mr. Barnes. So I think it would be very clear. My recollection is that he said lead, but what I can submit to the court that I know he also said that he was asked to fill the position that Mr. Wade is currently filling for the state of Georgia, which is the lead prosecutor.
At that time, as special grand jury prosecutor, right?
Yeah, the special, I guess, as the special prosecutor, lead the investigation, which led to the ultimate prosecution that we're here before Your Honor today. He also indicated that the reason he turned that job down was because it didn't pay enough. He said he had mouths to feed at his law firm, and that he also didn't want to live the rest of his life with bodyguards, because he had lived that for the years in which he was the governor of Georgia. Furthermore, he confirmed the qualifications of Mr. Wade, which I still find it quite interesting and confusing as to attacking Mr. Wade's qualifications, in that it's almost as if Mr. Roman's counsel is asking that the state put a prosecutor on the case that she sees to be more qualified to attempt to convict her client. It's an interesting argument, and it's one that makes no sense. Furthermore, if you were to believe the claims and allegations as it relates to Ms. Willis' personal stake in the prosecution, the receiving of financial benefits and gains, then you'd have to believe that she was also dating Roy Barnes, the former governor, and Gabe Banks, in addition to Mr. Wade. If she has this grand plan scheme in order to profit off of the prosecution of this case, because that's what they're saying. Or they're saying that she telepathically or prophetically was able to know that Mr. Barnes and Mr. Banks would turn down the position so she could then hire Mr. Wade. It's ridiculous. It's absurd, and it's desperate. It's a desperate attempt to remove a prosecutor from a case for absolutely no reason, Your Honor, other than harassment and embarrassment. This slide, and we've been through a lot of the testimony.
And I should be clear there, it was not introduced in evidence that Mr. Banks turned her down, right? How's that part of the record?
Well, I'd ask the court to take judicial notices, has been asked repeatedly.
Unless the district attorney had testified to that. I don't recall offhand.
I will be frank with the court. I don't recall if Ms. Willis testified to that exact fact, but I know that Mr. Banks represented that to the court during Monday's hearing as it relates to the allegations that were made. I understand Your Honor's position as it relates to that.
Trying to make sure we know exactly what is in the evidence and is not, but regardless, I think your point is made.
I think it's an evidence of the record as it relates to, I guess, the issues that led up to the actual hearing of this case. So I understand Your Honor's position, but it did come out during a proceeding that was prior to the actual hearing. This slide is just a chart showing kind of the testimony of both the district attorney, Ms. Willis, Wade, as it relates to how they met, how or when Mr. Wade became the special prosecutor, when their relationship evolved into a romantic one, talking about the trips in which they took after their relationship evolved into one that became romantic, and when it ended. And what, again, I would submit to the court is that those facts were consistent, and the only person who contradicted that when the relationship started was Ms. Yurdy. And what I would bring to the court's attention is that it was represented to the court that Ms. Yurdy was a witness other than Mr. Bradley who could bring to the forefront this issue of cohabitation. And when pressed and when asked about it, Ms. Yurdy had absolutely no information as it relates to this alleged cohabitation. It was false. She said she had no information. She was asked about trips. She said she had no information about the trips. Yet, she's such a good friend that Ms. Willis confirmed each year that Mr. Wade and her continue to be in a relationship 2019, 2020, 2021, until their relationship ended due to her forced resignation and it's splintering of their friendship, Your Honor. I guess several exhibits obviously were tendered in. Most of them were exhibits that came from the sealed divorce of Mr. Wade and Miss Jocelyn Wade, contracts for legal services, trip itineraries, and the text messages. And I would specifically reference prior to today, the only text messages that were before Your Honor were defense exhibits 26 and 27, which it's the assertion of defense counsel that what those show is that Mr. Bradley had information as it relates to the relationship starting prior to March of 2022, and that's just false. Those text messages do not contain that. It does not pinpoint, just as Mr. Bradley couldn't, when the relationship actually started. And furthermore, you have the testimony and the evidence of the text messages that it was mere speculation. If you, as Your Honor, reviews the full chain of text messages, it is clearly Ms. Merchant and Mr. Bradley going through what I can describe.
I'm froze up, goddammit.
With his private and personal information, causing the threat of harm to both Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade to increase. The most recent instance was the text messages that Your Honor hadn't ruled on their admissibility prior to their release, and it was made clear during the hearings that the ability to get those, the full chain was something that they were unable to do. But they figured a way, and the minute they figured a way, they released it, the information to the media simultaneously with turning it over to the state and the court.
For the record, then I think that both parties have already elected that they are willing to use that mechanism. But just for today, kind of showing up now without having shown this other side at all, even this morning, I don't think that would be fair.
I did not intend to use the proffer in the legal argument.
Sure.
I just wanted the court to be aware that we do have an oral proffer. We can file it, we can supplement the record and file it for the court's consideration, literally
right,
hot off the press.
Sure.
As we printed it out and wrote down.
Okay. All right. Well, Mr. Cromwell, is there anything you want to add to that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Abadi, anything you want to add to that?
I don't know what it is. So I don't know how to add to it. No.
All right. Just anything on a procedural perspective.
I mean, from a procedural perspective, I would submit to the court, as you said multiple times, evidence is closed. This is beyond the scope of Your Honor's ruling on Tuesday. But Tuesday. So I guess we'd object at this point and go from there.
Okay. All right. Anything else by way of housekeeping, Mr. Sato?
Apparently, the state filed 2 supplemental exhibits, number 2 and number 3, about 15 minutes ago. So, to the extent that they use those in their proper, talking about the same notice requirement, we actually did.
Understood.
As it relates to that, Your Honor, I believe you were very clear on Tuesday as well that in the proffers we could argue rebuttal evidence as it relates to evidence that was submitted by defense counsel after the evidence was closed. And that's merely what it is. It's rebuttal evidence as it relates to the cell phone records or analysis that was done by the non-expert filed by Mr. Seda.
All right. Mr. Killen.
As it relates to the proffered evidence, our proffered evidence would be in direct rebuttal to testimony given in the courtroom, particularly by Mr. Bradley. So we would have a direct rebuttal of that. That's what our proffer will be. I understand the court's ruling. Just want to put that on the record.
Just so we know the context of it. Is that similar for Mr. Cromwell as well?
It is.
And just solely relates to Mr. Bradley's testimony?
It does.
Okay. All right. All right, noted. Anything else then?
Your Honor, the proffered evidence is basically would corroborate what admitted in evidence is Exhibit 39, chronological text.
Okay. All right. Then if there is nothing else, I'll turn it over to Ms. Merchant to begin on behalf of the defense.
Sorry, Judge. Unfortunately, you're stuck with me today.
Understood.
May it please the court, Your Honor, John Merchant on behalf of Mr. Roman. Just by way of roadmap to give you some idea about the allocation of time and what I'm going to be covering. I've been charged with talking to Your Honor about the conflict issue and the appearance of the conflict and what we believe the evidence to show on that issue. Mr. Sadow, Mr. Gillum will be talking more about the forensic misconduct piece of it. Ms. Willis's church speech, statements made to the media, fraud on the court, frankly, and the book that she gave several interviews for. So I won't be discussing any of those issues. So if you'd like to ask me, certainly I can try to address them, but that's going to be the focus of their presentation. And then towards the end, other folks may have issue-specific type arguments, either in follow-up to mine or the forensic misconduct. But those are the two lanes that we're going to be covering, but I'm going to do the conflict piece of it for you. And on that issue, Your Honor, this is a matter of first impression in Georgia. I can't find a single case that's been published by the Court of Appeals or the Supreme Court that is based on these facts. There are, of course, a number of different appellate court cases that deal with conflict-related issues, and more importantly, appearance of conflict-related issues. And some of those are based in state law. Some of them are based on the ethical rules that govern lawyers. Some of them are based on the Sixth Amendment right to due process that's implicit in all of what we're doing here today. I want to remind the court that we're here today on this motion to disqualify DA Willis and her office because of her judgment, frankly. She is supposed to be disinterested under the Sixth Amendment, and she's anything but that. The fact that these proceedings have taken this long and through the convoluted way we've made it here today explain that. So as I present my arguments, I want the court to understand that this court represents the guardrails for the Sixth Amendment in this context, and Ms. Willis has already been disqualified once. So I would encourage the court to remember what Judge McBurney did in his order disqualifying. The same argument was made in that case as to whether or not there needs to be an actual conflict of interest, or whether or not the appearance of a conflict of interest might be sufficient under the facts. I want to make clear to the court that the law in Georgia suggests and is very clear that we can demonstrate an appearance of a conflict of interest, and that is sufficient. I'm going to be candid with the court. There is a Supreme Court decision from 1996, Lambie State, and then there are 2 Court of Appeal decisions after that deal, frankly, in some dicta that suggests that an actual conflict is required. But the Supreme Court of Georgia, since those decisions came down, has made quite clear that the appearance of a conflict standard still applies. And the reason that's important is I think under the Sixth Amendment, which is where we're at, in order to preserve the defendant's rights under that provision and under corollary provisions of Georgia law, you've got to consider the appearance of a conflict. And the reason why the appearance of a conflict is so prescient here is because if this court allows this kind of behavior to go on and allows DAs across the state by its order to engage in these kinds of activities, the entire public confidence in the system will be shot. And the integrity of the system will be undermined. And so with those sort of public policy and constitutional principles, I wanted to turn to the law in Georgia on disqualification. And Your Honor, I'm going to give you the law, and I'm going to talk about the facts and how they apply to the law at the end. If you want to talk about the facts earlier, jump right in, and I'll be happy to do that. I'm sure Your Honor is very well prepared and probably knows all the law that I'm going to cite to you. But to give the skeleton outline, the original seminal case that deals with conflict of interest from the Georgia Supreme Court is Williams v. State. That's 258 Georgia 305. And there are basically 2 methods by which you can disqualify a district attorney. One of them is a conflict of interest, and I'll suggest to the court that doesn't mean an actual conflict. That could mean an appearance of conflict as well, and then forensic misconduct. Importantly, in the Williams case, though, in footnote 4, and I think this is important for the court's analysis about the facts and which box it fits into, the court said there was no clear demarcation line between conflict of interest and forensic misconduct, and a given ground for disqualification of the prosecutor might be classifiable as either. And I think that's important because we have facts that fit in both boxes. So if a state stands up and says, well, there's no actual conflict here, Judge, that doesn't mean necessarily that it doesn't apply to the forensic misconduct. Typically, forensic misconduct relates to statements of the prosecutor designed to impugn the character of the defendant before trial and to affect the jury pool, which we have here, which I'm not going to discuss. But the facts that we have here very much relate to that issue, and there's crossover. Importantly, and I think this is important for the court's consideration of what effect the court's ruling may have, if you deny this motion, there's a good chance, if it's reversed, that we would be granted a new trial. So that means we're going to have to do this all over again. In amusement sales versus state 316 Georgia Appellate 727, that's a case that cites Whitworth, which is physical precedent only. The court said, if the assigned prosecutor has acquired a personal interest or stake in the conviction, the trial court abuses its discretion in denying a motion to disqualify him, and the defendant is entitled to a new trial, even without a showing of prejudice. So that means if we show the court today, and I think we have through the proceedings today and before, that Ms. Willis has developed a very personal interest in this case, and Your Honor denies this motion, we're coming back all over again if the appellate courts say we were wrong.
So what is that personal interest?
So the personal interest can be, there's no definition of that under Georgia law. And it could be a personal financial interest. It could be a personal interest related to bias against a particular defendant, which sort of falls into the forensic misconduct box. But we have here a very personal financial interest that's been laid out in terms of money received by Ms. Willis as a result of the scheme that she set up. to get to the issue of the personal interest in the context of an appearance, I think that's important. I do want to suggest to the court that there are a number of cases that post-date this actual conflict of interest language that's suggested in some of the cases from the 90s that you have to pay attention to what this looks like to the public. And I agree with all of the law, and I'm sure the state's going to stand up here and say it can't be a speculative or a conjectural type of personal interest. We don't have that here. We have something very concrete. And as Judge McBurney put it, actual and palpable, not speculative and remote. That's exactly what we have here. We've demonstrated through the testimony of the witnesses, some of whom impeached themselves, that we have a very personal interest. In the seminal United States court case that deals with prosecutorial impropriety is Young v. U.S. That's a 481 U.S. 787 case. In that case, it's the opportunity for conflicts to arise that created at least the appearance of impropriety. And that's the case that requires that the prosecutor be disinterested. Since a scheme injecting a personal interest, financial or otherwise, into the enforcement process may bring irrelevant and impermissible factors into the prosecutorial decision. Now, there are a number of Georgia cases that sort of repeat that theme. Reeves v. State, 231, Georgia Appellate 22, that's 1998 case, stated a potential conflict of interest existed in the appearance of impropriety existed. Davenport v. State, 157, Georgia Appellate 704, 1981 case. That was decided 7 years before Williams. When there is at least the appearance of impropriety, a defendant is denied fundamental fairness in the state's prosecution of the charges against him or her. There are also rules that govern prosecutors. Lawyers in general are bound to preserve and avoid even the appearance of impropriety. That's Brown v. State, 256, Georgia Appellate 603, 202, 2002. Head v. State. A prosecutor's close personal relationship with the victim in a case may create at least the appearance of a prosecution unfairly based on private interest rather than one properly based on vindication of public interest. ABA Criminal Justice Standard for the Prosecution Function Standard 3-1.2C. A prosecutor should avoid appearance of impropriety in performing the prosecution function. 3-1.7F. The prosecutor should not permit the prosecutor's professional judgment or obligations to be affected by the prosecutor's personal, political, financial, professional, business, property, or other interests or relationships. So the rules that govern her in her own profession say that this is wrong because she's developed a financial interest in this case. And at the very least, created the appearance of unfairness towards these defendants by setting up a relationship, a prosecutorial relationship with her boyfriend that she'd been dating for 2 years, according to the testimony. So before I move, Your Honor, to the specific facts, you asked, what's personal interest, and I think, frankly, as I was trying to figure this out, I think you know it when you see it. It's just like in the concurrence in Jacobellis versus State of Ohio, Supreme Court case from 1964, Justice Stewart, in his concurrent opinion, said, "I know it when I see it," talking about obscenity. I think you know it when you see it. I think there's enough facts in front of you that you know it when you see it. And so I think that the governing principle helps enlighten some of the facts here. And also, I think it's not just financial. In McLaughlin v. State, I think the court's very familiar with that case, 295, Georgia 609, 2014. The Supreme Court essentially said that because the acting DA had become a witness in the case and developed a personal interest in the case due to his daughter's relationship with the victim, that he was disqualified. And because he was disqualified, his entire office was disqualified. So turning to the facts of the case, Your Honor, I think I've got, my role is 20 minutes, so I've got about 8 minutes left. So why the relationship, why did we spend so much time on a relationship between these two people? We frankly couldn't care less if they had a personal relationship outside of work. That is not what the issue is here. The issue is that they began this relationship in 2019. They were dating for 2 years, and then she awarded him a contract where public money either from Fulton County or the state of Georgia, ended up in his pockets. That decision alone was improper. But what's even more improper is that then she and he used that money to go on personal vacations and trips. If Your Honor will remember, Exhibits 9, 11, and 12 dealt with the expenditures by Wade on trips. If you do the math on that, if you look at what he said, and then you look at the testimony about what was paid back by Willis, because the cash reimbursement theory, I'll talk about in a second, but if you do the math on what he actually paid for it and what they testified she paid back in cash, you still have over $9,200, $9,200 and $9,247 to be exact, is the amount of money they cannot account for in their testimony. And as Your Honor will remember, there was no mention of cash in Mr. Wade's affidavit when the best and first opportunity to raise that issue would have come up is when the state filed their response in his affidavit. That is nowhere to be found in there. The first time we heard about cash was here in this courtroom. And so I think she's received a personal financial benefit of over $9,200 in this case that she can't account for and the state can't account for. And the reason we can't account for it is because they came up with a cash theory. Cash theory only raises.
Before we get into that, let me ask you this. Let's say the theory wasn't even there that they had paid it back or that there'd been any exchange. Should there first be a consideration of a materiality requirement?
No.
Have you seen that in this jurisdiction it's not in this jurisdiction. Have you seen that in any other jurisdiction?
I haven't seen that, Judge. And if it was $6, that would still be improper.
Would it be improper where it's a per se disqualification if someone, buys their boss a stick of gum? Is that per se disqualifying because there's no materiality requirement?
Well, no, I don't disagree that it may not meet a materiality requirement, but it's a personal benefit. I won't say that giving a pack of gum is just justification for disqualifying a district attorney. I think that's part of the issue, Judge. I think it's a fact-based inquiry by you.
So there's a continuum involved here.
Yeah, but I think the continuum involves you looking at whether or not, in the grand scheme of things, it violates the Constitution, and whether or not there's an appearance of a conflict, and the appearance suggests that she actually received a benefit, and we know that she did. They admitted it. We don't have to speculate about that. They said that she said she got a benefit, and she said she paid back certain amounts. In that regard, Your Honor, I don't know. Would $100 be enough? Would $200 be enough? I think you have to look at it globally and consider all of the witnesses, consider all of the facts, consider the credibility of the witnesses. Frankly, right. I mean, Your Honor sat here and watched everybody, so I haven't spent a lot of time going into the specific testimony because Your Honor is well aware of it. But you get to evaluate the credibility of the witnesses as a fact finder, and just
from a legal perspective, though, you're saying we can't just say dollar amount, look no further. There has to be a totality of the circumstances analysis.
I think it's fact specific, Judge. I don't really want you to pin me down on that because there's no law in it. I can't give you a straight answer because I haven't seen anything like that. And I think if we build a materiality requirement into the case law, then you're down a slippery slope then, because then it's going to be the appellate courts are going to be deciding, well, is $50 enough? Is $100 enough? So I think it's not necessarily the amount of the money. It's the fact that she received it, and it's not insignificant. And I don't think your order has to say because she received $9,200, she's disqualified. I think if we go back to the 20,000 foot level, what's the appearance here? Is this fairness to the defendants? Does it appear that she is interested in this prosecution, or does it appear that she's disinterested? She took the stand. You can tell she's not a disinterested person when it comes to this proceeding, but we also argue she's not a disinterested person when it comes to the prosecution as a whole. I'm going to leave I'll resist the temptation to defend my wife, who I believe to be an excellent lawyer and a member of the bar for 20 years in good standing. But I will say this, Judge, you don't just evaluate the credibility of the witnesses. You evaluate the credibility of the lawyers. And Mr. Abadi stood up here in open court in front of national news and then the national public and called her a liar. I need to address that for 1 minute. There's text messages that are now part of the record which now are substantive evidence for you to consider, prove everything that she put in that motion, everything that she tried to elicit from Mr. Bradley was absolutely 100% true. And not only was it true, she verified through the witness himself that the motion was accurate before it was filed. So for the state to get up here and impugn her credibility, it's not only improper, it violates Berger versus United States, which is a case that says the state can't just get up here and make any argument it wants. And I encourage the court to call him out on it when he steps up here. We have to have candor towards the tribunal. You cannot lie to the court, cannot lie to the public, cannot lie to the jury. And I think that's what he did. So there's other corroboration of our view that she was in this relationship. I think, frankly, based on Mr. Bradley's testimony, Your Honor can separate the wheat from the chaff when it comes to credibility. But Mr. Bradley had 2 chances to correct information that he suddenly developed amnesia about, and he just didn't do it.
How does the timing of the relationship impact financial interest?
Because it's part of the scheme she created intentionally in order to give benefits to her boyfriend. So there's a reason why they fought so hard on this, Judge. I mean, there's a reason that every single subpoena was objected to. Every single question we asked Mr. Bradley was objected to. The jumping up and down, all of the obfuscation. There's a reason for that. They know that if Your Honor finds that that relationship started in 2019, that the appointment of Wade itself was improper. And if that was improper, then he had no business as an average citizen, along with the fact that they didn't have approval from Fulton County to appoint him in the first place. That undermines the indictment. It creates a structural impairment in the indictment because he had no more business being in the grand jury room than I did. So that's what they're worried about. And the reason why it's important for the financial piece, Judge, is it's how the money ended up going back to her. She put her boyfriend in the spot, paid him, and then reaped the benefits from it. That she created the system and then didn't tell anybody about it. She didn't even tell her dad about it. So I think if in the grand scheme of things, if you're looking at the totality of the facts, and I've got to sit down here in about 2 minutes to make room for my co-counsel. If you look at it, everything put together, judges, they did this, they knew it was wrong, they hid it, and they even when they were called out on it, they tried to create an excuse for it by saying it happened after the fact. We know now from the testimony, Ms. Yurdy confirmed that Mr. Bradley, his text messages were accurate, not his court testimony, but that fact was accurate. The motion is accurate. And so also, I do want to point out, there's no paper trail here for the cash. I know that this was I know she and her father both testified that they kept cash on hand, which, I mean, keeping cash on hand in and of itself is not a problem. When you're a public official and you're required to keep track of gifts that you receive, then you need to keep track of it. But there's no paper trail. There's no deposit history. There's no withdrawal history. There's no receipts, none of that. So even assuming their testimony could be credible, and we don't think that it is, you still don't have enough information to track all that money that she received. And this is just what we know about.
But does the lack of evidence fall on the state? Does the lack of evidence fall on the state? Isn't that where burdens come in?
Yeah, yes, I think they had an obligation to tell Your Honor, hey, this is where the money went. And they certainly had the ability to do that if they could do it. Since they didn't do it, we have to assume they can't. And if they can't, I just want to remind the court of a very important piece of testimony from Ms. Willis that I think goes to credibility of all of the officers of the court who testified. She met with Wade and they developed in 10 minutes after talking about the financial piece, I believe, this cash theory that could not be rebutted. We have no ability to do that. They did, and they chose not to do it. So with that, Your Honor, unless Your Honor has more questions for me, I'm going to sit down and turn the podium over to my distinguished colleague, Mr. Sadow.
Thank you, Mr. Merchant.
Appreciate the court's time.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm going to speak to what I would call a subset of forensic misconduct. And I'm going to assume that all the law that's been provided to you in pleadings as well as emails, you know, you don't need me to tell you what the law is. So I want to just set up how the disqualification and then dismissal of the indictment should take place under the subset of forensic misconduct. Roman's counsel, this merchant, filed on January 8 her pleading, her motion to dismiss and to disqualify. We were in court that Friday of that week, in which I made it known that we, that is President Trump, may adopt that motion. I wanted to see what was going to happen before I did so. That Sunday, which would be January the 14th, 2024, DA Willis took it upon herself to go to a historic Black church in Atlanta, having not responded at all to the motion of Ms. Merchant's client, Roman. And she made what we've now called the church speech. And Your Honor has reference to that. You didn't necessarily want evidence on that, but you know what the church speech was. It was videoed. It was clear that Ms. Willis had notes. She was reading from notes that she had prepared. It was a calculated determination by Ms. Willis to prejudice the defendants and their counsel. How so? By making an issue out of the fact that the person that was challenged in the Roman motion was Black, without telling the public or the church members, or anyone for that matter, that the reason that Mr. Wade was being challenged was not because he was Black, had nothing to do with race. It had to do with the relationship that had been alleged and later admitted to by Ms. Merchant. Ms. Willis took full opportunity to prejudice the defendants, and then comes along later in a pleading and says it wasn't designed or intended to be at the defendants at all, or the defense counsel, which with all due respect is just nonsense. The purpose of that was to get public sympathy, public empathy for what Ms. Merchant had already alleged in her motion. Now, that was a violation of the professional rules of conduct. It was a violation of 3.8 G. There's no question about it. It wasn't in response to anything that was said. It was a public statement, extrajudicial, for the purpose of making a comment upon the defendants.
It would be in response to a motion that was filed.
But it wasn't filed in a response, in a pleading. It was filed in response to a motion. And the motion were allegations made. If Ms. Willis wanted to respond at that point, she could have said the facts of the matter. Instead, she misstated what the situation was, took advantage of the opportunity, an ethical violation, and the ethical violation makes it clear that you must refrain from making extrajudicial comments that have a substantial likelihood of heightening public condemnation of the accused. Can you think of anything more that would heighten public condemnation of the defendants than alleging that defense counsel and the defendants were making their motion based on race and religion? That's as bad as it gets in Fulton County, with all due respect. That's exactly what Ms. Willis wanted done. And remember, the state still had not responded. So then what we get from the state is we get an affidavit filed as part of their response. And that affidavit says specifically, and the affidavit is Mr. Wade, says specifically in paragraph 26 and 27 that the relationship did not begin until 2022. It acknowledges the relationship and says it didn't begin until 2022. And the pleading that's filed, the state's pleading in response, indicates not exactly that, but it says there was no relationship as of November 1 of 2021. And that's on page 7. So now we know that timing is the issue because Ms. Merchant made it clear that we alleged and had evidence that indicated the timing was before Mr. Wade was hired, not after. So the state now has filed an affidavit and a pleading that claims post hiring into 2022. And then Mr. Wade will testify to the same thing under oath. Now, Ms. Yerti says it began in 2019. Why would she know? Well, she would know because she was a former friend. I know the state's going to get up here and say, you can't believe, essentially what they're going to say is you can't believe any defense witness because they're defense witnesses. And the only people that would tell the truth would be Wade and Willis. I suggest to you that that's not accurate. I suggest that the testimony that Mr. Wade gave and Ms. Willis gave, and I'm specifically dealing now with the timing issue, without getting into anything else, that brought forth a true concern about their truthfulness and being what is required of a lawyer in this state, which is candor toward the tribunal. And that's 3.3 of the threshold. Specifically, small a1, make a false statement of material fact or law to a tribunal. So that's, as I posited to the court, that's the second ethical violation. And then you also have 8.4 of the professional rules that says it's a violation of the Georgia Rules of Professional Conduct for a lawyer too, and that's A4, engage in a professional conduct involving dishonesty, fraud, deceit, or misrepresentation. Now, do you have to find that Wade and Willis lied? No. What you need to be able to find is that there is a concern, a legitimate concern based on the evidence in this case about their truthfulness, a legitimate concern about the truthfulness, which equates to an appearance of impropriety. Because once you have the appearance of impropriety and the forensic misconduct, the law in Georgia is clear, that's enough to disqualify. So why should you find there's a concern with their truthfulness? ERT is the first one. You have that testimony. But then we go to what is the most obvious indication that Willis and Wade were not truthful on the point of timing, and that's Bradley. Defense Exhibit 26 came into evidence. Defense Exhibit 26 comes in and says, and you know I went into this last year, it says that on January the 5th, 2024, at approximately 9:49 a.m., there's text messages that are exchanged between Ms. Merchant and Mr. Bradley. And the text messages go like, just date. That's from Ms. Merchant. Ms. Merchant says, do you think it started before she hired him? Bradley, who we now know from Defense Exhibit 39, has been texting with Ms. Merchant for a number of months. This is not the first time. This is months within the communications between the two. Mr. Bradley says, absolutely. Now, absolutely is not a speculative word. That's not speculation. That's a definitive statement. And Bradley then unprompted, as this, unprompted is important. It started when she left the DA's office and was a judge in South Fulton. Goes on, Ms. Merchant says, she liked it started when she left the DA's office with the appropriate emoji or whatever one would call it to say it was liked. And then Mr. Bradley said they met at the municipal court CLE conference. Again, unprompted. He's now definitively telling Ms. Merchant when this relationship started. Ms. Merchant said, that's what I figured when he was married. And then Ms. Merchant says, and we're now talking about a couple hours later, She texts and says, upon information and relief, Willis and Wade met while both were serving as magistrate judges and began a romantic relationship at that time. And Mr. Bradley responds, no, municipal court. Thank you. Doesn't say it didn't start then. He doesn't suggest that she's wrong other than magistrate court municipal. Now we have that, and it's in evidence. And what does Bradley do? He knows that he's put himself in a position that if he testifies truthfully, Your Honor is in a position to be able to find, if you choose to, that both Willis and Wade lied. So what does Bradley do? Look, you were an assistant U.S. attorney. You know how this works when you have witnesses in this situation. Mr. Bradley did everything he could possibly do to evade answering questions. No recollection, couldn't remember, it was speculation. Anything he could possibly say that would cause Your Honor not to believe that Bradley knew when this relationship started. I suggest they were clear-cut lies. And the truth is in Defense Exhibit 26.
And so if we take that view, that he thoroughly impeached himself, that he did not give truthful conduct, what's left standing? Generally, you would see someone who's impeached, perhaps we have some kind of core that you could point back to and say, that's the time he was telling the truth. In these text messages, is it ever definitively shown how he knew this and that he actually did know it, other than just a assertion outright? Absolutely. Usually, if a state has a witness that goes sideways, they've got him locked in. They've sat down with a detective, got a full statement. We don't have that here.
But what you have is the text message, which is a prior statement of Bradley that he did on his own, that was not given to him by someone else. The only thing that the court has just noted is, how do we know he wasn't speculating? Because you don't have to accept the fact that he wasn't speculating. The cases that I provided, I think by email yesterday, the first dealing with that, you can disbelieve that testimony and draw a negative inference. That's the Ferguson case. On Lee, the other case, you can simply take the prior inconsistent statement as substantive evidence. It has the same value. And that's what I'm asking you to do, to take what was the unprompted statement, Defense Exhibit 26 of Bradley, and take that on its face value, that is an indication that Bradley in fact knew and it said he did. If you accept that, you have to have concerns about the truthfulness of Willis and Wade on the timing issue.
And I don't know if this is something maybe one of your co-counsel were going to address as well. We heard about the law that applies, how we're outside kind of the orbit of the core of cases we're used to dealing with here, where it deals with side switching or where someone is in the relationship. The proposition you're putting forward now is that if a of the state, lead prosecutor, the district attorney, says something that's truthful on the record, that is something that immediately has to be proactively policed by the trial court. Basically what I'm getting at is, where in the law do we find the remedy to an untruthful statement? Generally, we send you down the street to the bar, right?
And that's why I gave you the cases of Registe and Edwards yesterday. While those aren't prosecutorial cases or dealing with prosecutors, they deal with counsel. And in both those cases, the trial judge found ethical violations on the part of defense counsel, or potential ethical violations. Went through the ethical violations and said, based on that, you're disqualified. You cannot be the attorney of record in this case. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. If defense counsel can be kicked off of a case because of ethical violations, I suggest the same thing can happen for prosecutors when the ethical violations deal with truthfulness, candor to the court, extrajudicial statements. Those are the things that this court can rely upon and say, based on those, again, I find an appearance of impropriety.
Where would be the limiting principle? The district attorney signs every indictment assigned to this courtroom.
Yeah.
Does that mean she's off every case?
No, it would be when the
if I found that she's untruthful? Is that what you're kind of suggesting, though?
You don't have to find, again, I'm not saying you have to find she was untruthful or that Wade was untruthful. You don't have to make a finding of fact that they lied. All you have to do is make a finding of fact that you have genuine, legitimate concerns about their credibility, about their truthfulness. And once you find that, then you can apply Registay and Edwards.
Well, but it's the same principle, though. If I have genuine concerns about her truthfulness on a particular occasion, how do those not spill over into every criminal case a district attorney brings?
Well, it's because she testified under oath, and so did Mr. Wade. They didn't have to testify falsely. They could have testified truthfully. They could have indicated that the relationship, the timing was in fact before Mr. Wade was hired. They chose not to. And in that sense, that dishonesty, that constitutes a violation of their ethical responsibilities. This is not signing an indictment. This is not filing a pleading in which both sides have their own positions. This is a requirement that every witness has to tell the truth under oath. And if they don't tell the truth under oath, or there's a significant concern about their credibility, then they're violating their ethical rules. And as anyone will tell you, as Your Honor already knew from when you were a prosecutor, prosecutors are held to a higher standard. They're the ones that are supposed to be seeking justice. They don't have a particular, they're supposed to be disinterested. When you have the lead prosecutor and the DA giving what I suggest to you is untruthful testimony based on what Yerty has said, based on what Bradley said in his text, based on the whole way it was presented to you. Bradley didn't want to testify. He first came up with his attorney-client privilege thing on that. And Your Honor was, fortunately, went into that. And then when Bradley knew he had to testify about it, you saw what happened. You can draw the inference, as I've suggested on Bradley, that what he said in the text message, Defense Exhibit 26, is true. The relationship, in fact, started prior to November 1st of 2021. The ERT says that. And now, without getting into any detail, the cell phone records. The cell phone records show that during that period of time from, let's say, April 1 of 2021 to November 30th of 2021, that there was a considerable number of 35 or more occasions where it appeared that, based on the records, that Mr. Wade was down in the area where Miss Willis was staying in Yerty's apartment. But more important is there are two occasions, and the state has not challenged those. There are two occasions where the records reflect that it appears Mr. Wade spent the night at that apartment. The state may say, we don't accept that, but they didn't challenge it. And even when they brought forth what they brought forth today, Supplemental 2 and 3, they didn't challenge it again. So what does that suggest? That's corroborating evidence of what Yerty had said, of what Bradley said in his text message. It's also impeachment evidence as to what Wade and Willis said about how many times.
Is that a significant, in terms of just the times? Didn't Mr. Wade testify that he was there at least 10 times during that time frame? You've now found 35.
Well, minimum of 35.
Okay.
But never overnight. He said he never spent overnight.
Put that to the side, though, just in terms of the fact that he did say he'd been over there, that he'd visited the place, and I would presume he wasn't obviously keeping a very good accounting of it, but that wasn't something that was entirely denied.
If you're asking me, do we win on the point that he said more than 10 or around 10 and we say 35, do we win on that point? Sure. No.
Okay.
It's not determined.
The overnight rate might raise some more concerns. Understood.
It does. And that's the reason why we highlighted it in the affidavit of Mr. Middlestaff, because that is suggestive that they were not being honest to the court. So then, how much time have I used? Have I?
I'm letting them use the hook. So suggestive, again, raising issues. I'm wondering about burden. Is that we're dealing with a preponderance standard?
We are dealing with a preponderance standard, and it's our burden. Yeah. No question about that.
So does suggestive get us there?
No, but it is corroborating evidence of evidence that we did put up. And that's what the purpose of the cell phone records. They corroborate what Yerty says, They corroborate what Bradley said in Defense Exhibit 26. And they impeach, to that extent, Wade and Willis's testimony. So if you find by a preponderance of the evidence, so I can finish this up, if you find by a preponderance of the evidence that what I call subset of forensic misconduct, ethical violations, has been shown, and that there is a significant and legitimate concern about the truthfulness of Wade and Willis, they're disqualified. Now, obviously, factual findings are yours, but the law allows you to do that. You don't have to do it through an actual conflict. That's the other side of the equation. And that's what I've argued, and I think that's what Mr. Gibbons can argue.
Before I let you go, though, this is an interesting classification. You're saying forensic conduct isn't just commenting publicly about the case indicating guilt. You're saying forensic conduct is just anything a district attorney says falls into that box?
No, I'm saying that
improper,
that forensic misconduct as a subset of that would include violations, ethical violations, which impact the ability of the defendants to get a fair trial, as well as impact the court's ability to have faith that the prosecutors, these two prosecutors, are acting in good faith in their own conduct. Same idea dealing with, as I said, defense counsel in the two cases I mentioned. Ethical violations can give rise to disqualification, and I suggest we have that here.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sano.
Thank you.
Where's the shot clock when you need it?
Right there.
Your Honor, I want to address very directly here. What we have is a systematic, continuous pattern, a calculated plan, evidencing a design to prejudice the defendants in this case, in the minds of the jurors. This is what we have seen. This isn't the problem that the district attorney has. It's not that the district attorney had some sort of brief off-the-cuff statement in an interaction with a reporter like in Williams. That's not what we have here. We have someone who sat down, wrote out her speech, wrote out her plan, who sat down for whether it's 2, 3, or 6 times with the editors of Find Me the Votes and told and got her message out about this case before it was supposed to be tried in this courtroom. And so that is the problem that we have. We have a pattern of forensic misconduct on behalf of Ms. Willis.
So, I mean, we have a pattern of public statements being made. I take it you or your team has dived in and read the book. I know she was asked about specific portions in it. The only case that I can find actually talking about when someone crosses the line on public comments is that Williams case. And it talks about there has to be an implication of saying the defendant, a particular defendant, is guilty. And it even denied it, right? So have you found any case in Georgia where they actually said that a prosecutor had gone too far in their public comments? Does one exist?
Well, number one, thank goodness it doesn't happen often. Sadly, it's already happened here. Now, in Williams, the prosecutor had one response to an inquiry. The court found it was improper, but did not have this pattern. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean a comment about the quote guilt or innocence, although that was the pattern in Williams. It's the improper comments by a prosecutor. For example, in Williams, they cite the nature and consequences of forensic misconduct in prosecution of criminal case, a 1955 Columbia Law School article, and how prophetic that was. When Williams cites that case in that law school article, they talk about an awful lot more than simply the comments about specific guilt or references to guilt. What you have here, Your Honor, is a comment, and we can't look at it doesn't apply only if a prosecutor said, I think the defendant is guilty in my mind. No, it's more pernicious than that. What we have here is someone who sat down and drew up a plan for 2 reasons. And what she did reminds me of what the court in Estes v. Texas talks about, and that is that pretrial can create major problems for a defendant, indeed more harmful than publicity during a trial, for it may set the community opinion as to guilt or innocence. That's what we have here. That's exactly what we have. And the court in Estes talks about the power of the television camera. So what do we have, and what did this prosecutor do? What she chose to do is sort of what was criticized by the Supreme Court in Shepard v. Maxwell. Legal trials are not like elections to be won through the use of meeting halls, the radio, or the newspaper. That's exactly what we have here. What we have is a deflection. What this is all about is more insidious than just making the comments that she's made. It's a deflection. What she chose to do was to say, okay, I have done my best to hide the relationship with Nathan Wade. And Nathan Wade has done his very best by filing false documents in his divorce case to hide his relationship with Miss Willis. Now, and so what did they do? Well, when Miss Merchant filed the motion to disqualify, now the game plan has to change. The game plan I call the deflection begins to take place. The deflection is when the district attorney sat down and wrote out. Look at I'm sure the court has. When you look at that video, it's in evidence of her speech at church. She has written out everything and she's reading from it. She chooses to deflect. The court asked earlier, wasn't she really responding to the motion that had been filed against her? Would that she had. Because if she had, she would have looked the members of that church in the face and say, there's been an allegation that I had a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade. And ladies and gentlemen of this congregation, it's true. She didn't do that. She chose to deflect and to do two things that are reprehensible for any lawyer, but particularly for a prosecutor. She chose to pull out the race card and the God card. That's what she did. And she wrote it out. She went on to deflect away from the allegations in the Wade motion. And she said, she's saying, why, in her talk, public discussion with God, why are they only attacking one in reference to Mr. Wade? And then she goes on to say, God, isn't it them playing the race card when they only question one? Now, if she had been truthful with that congregation, truthful with the community, she would have said, I had a relationship with him. Good, bad, forgive me, whatever. That's what she should have said. But she chose to deflect and say, the reference to them and the others and they. It's obviously a reference to the motion filed by Ms. Merchant. They choose to go after the black man. And she then goes on, again, deflecting away and deflecting to what I call the third rail in American society, choosing somebody on the other side of being a racist. So-and-so is a racist. They're racist. She was the one playing the race card in a way to try to deflect from her own conduct. She goes on to say in discussions with the Lord, God, is it that some will never see a black man as qualified no matter his achievements? Again, the deflection. What is she saying? The listener is not necessarily in that audience in that church. The listener is at Fulton County. The potential jurors who will come into a courtroom and say whether or not they can fairly judge the evidence or judge the defense in this case. She chose to inject race into the minds of the listeners and virtually everybody in this community, and literally everybody in this country has reviewed and analyzed her speech that she made in a premeditated way. And in bringing in not only the race card, but also in bringing in the religious matter. This is exactly what Hammonds v. State and our Supreme Court talks about condemning as an inflammatory appeal to the jurors' private religious beliefs. Why would she do that? To deflect. But now not only is she deflecting, but she is then going forward and, in a way, telling the community, telling the congregation that God is on her side, not on the side of these people. God, she said, and when she's talking, and she's saying, God, pray for their souls. I, meaning God, qualified you. I qualified your imperfect, flawed self. I see you in every hour. Do my work. As though she's telling the folks in her very, very, very implicit way, injecting into the minds of the jurors, God wants me to win this case. God wants me to prosecute this case. And why is he going, and why are these others going after the black man? Well, the answer is very simple. As we said in our brief, we didn't mention Mrs. Cross, Ms. Cross, the white female, or Mr. Floyd, the white male, because there was absolutely no evidence, and is no evidence, of a personal romantic relationship with them in which she obtained these benefits. That's the reason why we did not do that. So she goes forward with her with the deflections. That's exactly what she does when she goes forward, and she talks about a planned interviews time and time again with authors of the book Find Me the Votes, where she's talking about a case that's going to be tried in this courtroom. It's reprehensible.
So in that specific, instance, setting aside the fact that she was willing to go on the record before a case had even reached the jury, what specific statements from that book do you contend cross the line?
Well, for example, she's saying, she goes on to talk about all the calls that she gets from people calling her racial terms. And all the calls are racist. What she's trying to do, and I think there's a reference in there to MAGA people, whatever. In that, what she's really saying is that those people calling me up and making those claims or those horrible racial slurs to me are really people on their side of the fence. That's what she's doing. And there's no reason, Your Honor, ever for a prosecutor to sit down and go forward with this kind of interview. She did it in Find the Votes. But then what really happened here is this hiding of the relationship. Because in hiding the relationship, they have done such a good job. Mr. Wade filed false documents in his divorce case when on May the 23rd, May of 2023, talking about, have you ever had sexual relations with a person during the course of the marriage or including the period of separation? He's still married. He doesn't have a divorce decree, but his answer is none. Then he's asked whether or not on any occasions he's entertained or been entertained by someone, for a woman, a member of the opposite sex, in this case a woman, from the date of the marriage to the present, talking about place and time and all that. What is the answer? None. Why does he do that? He does that because he doesn't want to tell about the relationship that he has with Miss Willis and the benefits that he has gotten and that he gave to her. That's exact. And what these answers are absolutely reprehensible, that a member of the State Bar of Georgia would file these answers that are inaccurate. What does Miss Wade do? Miss Willis do? Miss Willis, on her financial report, on whether or not she has gotten anything of $100 or more in value from a prohibited source. The court asked earlier about what a threshold might be. Well, for the financial report, it's $100. That's it. She doesn't report any of all of the benefits that she received from Mr. Wade. All the trips, all the entertainment, all the 3 nights in the luxury suite in Aruba. All of that. None of that is here. And they say, oh, well, maybe it all balanced out, even though I can't prove it with the cash. Well, that's like saying, did I give the court a Christmas present? Well, maybe I gave the court a Christmas present and the court gave me one back. The court has to fill out a form whether you got a Christmas present from anybody. You say, I got one from Mr. Gillen. You don't say, nah, well, I gave him one back, so it really evens out. They're false reports. And because they're false, what they had to do is they had to say, uh-oh, Miss Merchant has caught us. And so what we're going to do is we're going to get, in our response, we're going to get Mr. Wade to file a false declaration, which he does. His declaration in this case is false. And the evidence showing that that is false as it relates to the timing, and the court asked earlier, why does it matter, if the relationship was before or after November 1, 2021? The answer is they think it's important, and frankly, I do too. Because when she's hiring somebody and she's not telling the people who are going to be paying the tab up to $700,000, hey, I just hired my boyfriend who's taking me on trip to the Caribbean and taking me down to Aruba and taking me to California. Hope you don't mind. No disclosure whatsoever. And the money flows off. But because they got caught, they then commit what I think is an additional component of forensic misconduct, and that is fraud on this court. When they filed that affidavit, and now it's been proven, I think, beyond virtually any doubt that the relationship occurred prior to November 1, 2021, and the benefits that were there. And we don't have to run around. And I love we've got all the records showing from Mr. Wade about the payment for these trips, for the cruises, for the flights, all this stuff. What's the only way is they sat around and met together before they testified and came up with their story. What's the only way that they can save themselves? Pay no attention to the records. Pay no attention to the airlines and to the flights and vacations and the cruises. I paid him back in cash. Show us your receipts. Where did you take cash out of the bank? Ever? Oh, I don't have any. Well, show us the deposits that he had. Well, never. We don't have any. What we have here is a fraud on this court, which has been shown, I think, overwhelmingly by the evidence and overwhelmingly through not only the testimony of Yurdi, the testimony of the emails and the text from Mr. Bradley to Ms. Merchant, as well as all the documents that they had no answer to other than the just trust me, I gave him money, it evaporated, I don't know where it came from, and he doesn't know what he did with it. Just please trust us and believe us because it's our only way out of the trap that they set for themselves. These people, sadly, and I hate to say, I was a former, as the court knows, I was a prosecutor for about 3.5 million years, it seems, in the federal building, and I was an assistant DA beforehand. Prosecutors don't act like this. Lawyers don't act like this. These people, Your Honor, is a systematic misconduct, and they need to go. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm going to cover a few factual details without overly rehashing what has already been said. During the pendency of this investigation in this case, Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis basically lived Robin Leach's lifestyle of the rich and famous. And they did this riding on the backs of the defendants in this case, funded by the taxpayers of Fulton County and the state of Georgia, with the money that was paid to Mr. Wade through the contract that Ms. Willis got him. That money flow, that is the personal interest that you asked about. She was personally benefiting from the position, from the job, from the scope of the investigation, from the scope of the indictment and how they conducted it. And we know this, we know from the records that have been submitted before the court that Mr. Wade paid at least $17,095 towards this relationship. That does not even include the various dinners, the day trips that both Wade and Willis admitted to. So that number is likely even higher. We know from the documents that Ms. Willis only paid $1,394 for an airline ticket. We know from Ms. Yurdi, who was pretty much uncontested, there was no evidence presented by the state disputing her time frame that relationship started in 2019. She saw them kissing, she saw them hugging. Now, whether or not they had sex before January of 2022, I do not know. They admitted sometime in early 2022, and I found it curious that they both, Wade and Willis, just went straight to the sex. So maybe that's when they started having sex. I do not know. But the relationship predated that. And their combined and overly suggestive focus on that is a red herring to this court and to the defense, that that's what they want you to focus on. They want you to ignore all the evidence that the relationship predated that. The relationship started in 2019. The relationship continued through 2020. The relationship continued through 2021. Looking at the cell phone communications, just in the first 11 months of 2021, over 2,000 calls, almost 9,800 texts. You know, I don't even think love-struck teenagers communicate that much. The November 29th and November 30th escapade, phone call from Miss Willis, between Mr. Willis and Mr. Wade, 11:32 that night. Shortly after midnight, the phone starts traveling down from where Mr. Wade lives and ends up where Miss Willis is staying, and he's there until roughly 4:55 a.m. None of the excuses, none of the explanations that Mr. Wade gave, going to the Porsche experience, going to dinner, going to the airport, none of that explains that. I'm pretty sure the Porsche experience isn't open in the middle of the night. I'm pretty sure that there weren't any restaurants that he drove 30 to 45 minutes to go eat at in the middle of the night, right after he talked to Miss Willis. Teenagers have a name for those kind of calls and those kind of escapades. I won't go into it. But the documentary evidence, the objective evidence, undercuts everything that both Wade and Willis said. When you look at Miss Yurdy, again, she unequivocally said that relationship began in 2019. She saw physical evidence of a romantic relationship. Mr. Bradley, in the text messages, which are substantive evidence, said that relationship began in 2019. Again, his January, temporary amnesia that somehow was triggered temporarily after Gabe Banks called him, we can question that. But we do have statements from him that specifically said that relationship predated Mr. Wade's appointment by Miss Willis. You asked, well, in Mr. Wade, you asked what the materiality would be. How much is enough? Well, clearly 17,000 is enough. But Fulton County has told Mrs. Willis what the materiality is. It's $100 in a year. She twice signed declarations, certifications that she did not receive any gifts. And even under her strained explanation, there were monies, there were gifts, there were dinners, there were excess contributions flowing her way that exceeded $100. Her explanation, well, I just paid it in cash. That just does not stand to reason. It does not hold up to the light of truth. Anyone that has ever been in a money laundering trial, a forfeiture trial, if that's the explanation we give the state, they laugh. Oh, I just gave cash. I have no records for it. I have no source for it. The only thing that she could say that was a source for the money, because at times she said she was down to $500 to $1,000. The only explanation she had is, well, sometimes I go to Publix and I may get an extra $50. That shows up on your debit card or your credit card. Did they bring those records in? No. Did they bring her bank accounts in? No. Did they bring any documentary evidence in? No, they did not. And why is that important, Judge? Yes, the burden is ours. But under OCGA 24-14-22, if a party has evidence in such party's power and within such parties' reach, by which he or she may repel a claim, and they had that power. Ms. Willis had that power. Mr. Wade had that power, that they can repel the claim that we have made against them, but they omit to produce it. Or if they produce weaker evidence, then you, as the fact finder judge, it is in your power to disregard that, and a presumption arises that that documentary evidence that is in their possession that they failed to produce supports our claim. And that is something that the state relies on regularly in criminal trials. And that is something that the court should rely on in this case when formulating its factual findings. And we know that both Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis have some difficulty expressing the truth when it comes to their relationship in these cases. We know Mr. Wade lied in his interrogatories multiple times. We know Ms. Willis falsely certified that she hadn't received any gifts from anybody. And Mr. Wade clearly was a prohibited source. He was someone doing business with Fulton County. Anything over $100 in a year, she had to put down, and she put zero. And it defies imagination that she could somehow forget about all these trips, all these dinners, all these day trips, and not put that money down. You had asked, I think it was Mr. Gillen, did she say in that church speech or anywhere else that the defendants were guilty? And I think she did in that church speech. She said in that church speech, and she was talking about a conversation that she apparently had with God, talking about herself. She said, this leader has a trial conviction rate of 95%. She said, the trial team this leader put together has a conviction rate of 95%. I do not see how anyone, and I think that was purposefully intended by Ms. Willis, I do not see how anyone can listen to those two statements and not take that Ms. Willis is telling everyone in that church and everyone that's going to hear that in the media afterwards that these defendants are guilty. That is what she was saying. She is a prosecutor. She's familiar with the U.S. v. Berger. Every single attorney that's ever been a prosecutor is familiar with the dictates of that U.S. Supreme Court case. That is a foul blow. That is improper, and she violated pretty much every tenet a prosecutor must abide by to seek truth and justice in a particular case. So, Judge, when you're looking at this, the uncontroverted evidence shows that they had a relationship prior. The uncontroverted evidence shows that Mr. Wade lavishly spent on Ms. Willis. The uncontroverted evidence shows that the money that he was spending on Ms. Willis came from this contract that he had. And I'm not just talking about the contract as a special prosecutor, but there's also those other questionable contracts that no matter whom his partner seemed to be, they also got. There is a direct financial benefit that Ms. Willis received from this. And Judge, looking back at what Judge McBurney said, if merely hosting a fundraiser for a political opponent of a putative defendant creates not only the appearance, but an actual conflict, then what Ms. Willis has done since then in this case creates an actual conflict. But again, as prior counsel has stated, we only need to show the appearance of a conflict. And we have done that by a preponderance of the evidence. In fact, I believe we've shown an actual conflict. But nonetheless, the result should be that Ms. Willis and her office should be disqualified from this case. We still have a few more minutes. I think Mr. Cromwell may have something to say. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Harry McDougall for Mr. Clark. I'm going to talk further about conflicts, and I'm going to assume the most difficult standard for us to meet, which is actual conflict. But before I begin that, I want to add just a little bit to what has already been said about the standards that apply to prosecutors. Our appellate courts have said often the administration of the law, and especially that of the criminal law, should, like Caesar's wife, be above suspicion and should be free from all temptation, bias, or prejudice so far as it is possible for our courts to accomplish it. The first occurrence of that I can find is Nichols v. State more than 100 years ago, 1915. The most recent, Registe v. State in the Supreme Court in 2010, although they don't refer to Caesar's wife. That requirement is also embedded in the prosecutor's statutory oath, 15-18-2, which requires impartially and without fear or favor discharge my duties as district attorney and take only my lawful compensation, so help me God. The general rule on conflicts of interest for lawyers is in Rule of Professional Conduct 1.7. And we all know, it's all drummed into us, that we cannot have a conflict of interest. And if we do, we have to withdraw or we will be disqualified. The basic idea is that a conflict of interest impairs the lawyer's independent professional judgment. That's the test of a conflict and whether it can be waived and whether it's disqualifying. And that conflict is not just financial. It can be any conflict that impairs your independent professional judgment. And you see that in McLaughlin v. Payne. The court asked what was a personal interest for purposes of disqualification. It's anything that impairs professional judgment. That's reflected in the ABA standards that were quoted by Mr. Merchant, which list the prosecutor's personal, political, financial, professional, business, property, or other interests or relationships. And that's really embedded in the prosecutor's oath to act impartially. And the earlier disqualification order by Judge McBurney was based on political interests, not financial. What my colleagues have described as forensic misconduct is also cognizable as a conflict of interest based on that footnote in the Williams case. The root of all of the problems that we see in this court right now is a conflict of interest arising from their individual personal interests in perpetuating and concealing their relationship. That's the original sin from which all of the other problems flow. There are 6 different actual conflicts of interest in this case, any one of which warrants disqualification, but collectively, practically compelling. First, the financial conflict that's already been covered. Second, the personal ambition, political ambition. Third, there's a dovetailed or complementary pattern of deceit and concealment of the relationship and the money. Fourth, the speech at the church. Fifth, the motion for protective order that the DA filed in Mr. Wade's divorce case. Sixth, the way the state has conducted the defense of this motion to disqualify, especially the hearing. On the financial piece, the court asked for a limiting principle and asked about materiality. The limiting principle is whatever impairs the independent professional judgment of the lawyer. That is applied routinely. We have a county code section that flatly prohibits gifts from contractors, period. We have, by analogy, the federal bribery statute, which has a threshold of $5,000, 18 U.S.C. 666. The court asked about burdens and inferences. The court can draw a negative inference from the state's failure to produce evidence to support the invisible magic cash balancing theory based on State v. Thomas, 311 Georgia 407, particularly footnote 19. As to the timing question that the court asked about, there were 2 contracts for Mr. Wade executed after they acknowledged the relationship began. Each one of them afflicted or conflicted under county and common law. The second conflict is her political ambition, for which he was previously chastised by Judge McBurney. And that's also present in this book. The inside flap of this book says that they were given, quote, exclusive access to thousands of secret documents, emails, text messages, and audio recordings. The court has twice denied defense motions to unseal special purpose grand jury materials. She helped herself to get the glory of this book. I introduced certified copies of a number of county code sections. I'm not going to walk through those, but I'll tell you why they matter. The stack of law from the state constitution down to the county ordinances imposes a regime on the DA under which she has three obligations. She has to go to the county commission to get approval to pay him like she did. She cannot accept gifts from a prohibited source. She has to disclose the gifts that she received. She evaded all of those requirements. Section 2-69 of the county code prohibits gifts from prohibited sources, which he was. There's no boyfriend exception. The disclosure forms, the evidence is sufficient for you to find that her disclosure form for 2022 is false and that it is a false writing. That's an actual conflict of interest between her duty, legal duty of disclosure, her legal duty of candor as a prosecutor, and her private and personal interests in concealing the relationship, concealing the gifts, and keeping the gravy train rolling for as long as possible. His part in the pattern of concealment is a story you see in many divorce cases. The husband is hiding things from his wife. How much money he's making, the other woman, and what he's spending on the other woman. And he got on that stand, lied in his interrogatories, and then he got on the stand and he lied about lying in the interrogatories. And the lawyers for the DA's office, they just sat there and let him do it. They did nothing to correct obviously perjured testimony. In and of itself, that warrants disqualification of every one of them. The reason they lied and covered it up was to avoid the trouble they're in right now. That served their personal interests to the detriment of their public duties as prosecutors. The speech at the church, I want to focus on why she did that. Mr. Dillon talked about that. She did it to deflect attention from her own misconduct and that of Mr. Wade. She violated her public duty as a prosecutor to serve her personal interests and the personal interests of her boyfriend. That is a disqualifying conflict between her personal interests and her public duty that is actual, operational, and materialized, and it rests on undisputed facts. The next thing that she did that was a disqualifying conflict of interest was the emergency motion for protective order that she filed in the divorce. I filed a certified copy of that as Exhibit 37. She sought a protective order under the Apex Doctrine on the grounds that she's the DA. And the whole filing is expressly predicated on her status as DA. In fact, she never lets you forget it. She says it 27 times in 12 pages. In that filing, speaking as DA, she said, the circumstances, quote, suggest that defendant Joycelyn Wade is using the legal process to harass and embarrass District Attorney Willis, and in doing so is obstructing and interfering with an ongoing criminal investigation. In the prayer for relief on page 11, she asked for 6 months to, quote, complete a review of the filings in the instant case, investigate and depose relevant witnesses with regard to the interference and obstruction this motion contends. There's no sugarcoating it. That's a clear violation of Rule of Professional Conduct 3.4H, which prohibits lawyers from making threats of criminal prosecution to gain advantage in a civil case. She abused her power. She abused her position to threaten her boyfriend's wife with criminal prosecution to gain advantage for herself and her boyfriend in her boyfriend's divorce. She violated her public duties not to make that kind of a threat in order to serve her private personal interests and those of Mr. Wade. Another actual operational conflict. The last category is the conduct of the defense of this hearing. There were a lot of objections made based on attorney-client privilege during Mr. Bradley's testimony. Most of those objections were made by the state, but the privilege being asserted does not belong to the state. It belongs to Mr. Wade. That shows that the DA's office is serving the personal interests of the DA and Mr. Wade in carrying out further concealment and cover-up of their relationship, and not the cause of justice they are sworn to serve. That is a conflict of interest. It's a continuation of the wrongful pattern of concealment and cover-up that they've engaged in since the beginning. But now they've enlisted the entire office in the enterprise. In the written response to the motion to disqualify, they said this, and I quote, "Should be absolutely clear, there is no evidence that DA Willis derived any financial benefit from Mr. Wade." That's on page 15. Flat out false. 10 lawyers in this case put their name on that, starting with the DA. So throw another log on the bonfire of conflicts of interest. The problem here is the DA cannot distinguish between her personal interests and ambitions on the one hand and her public duties as a prosecutor on the other, and apparently neither can anyone else in their office. Of the 6 conflicts I've identified, only one is subject to a conflict in the evidence. This is a case study in what happens when you operate under a conflict of interest. It's put an irreparable stain on the case. Think of the message that would be sent if they were not disqualified. If this is tolerated, we'll get more of it. This office is a global laughingstock because of their conduct. They should be disqualified and the case should be dismissed.
Your Honor, there's not much oxygen left in the room. We delineated the times based on the whole presentation. Would Your Honor consider some time for us in rebuttal?
No.
Okay, well then, could I reserve what I have 5 minutes for rebuttal?
Sure, that's fine.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's take a quick 5, and we'll be back at 2:40-ish to hear from the state. Thank you.
Which is 224 Georgia, Lexus 31. It's a February of 2024 case here out of our appellate courts. And in that case, Justice Pinson wrote that a trial court did not abuse its discretion by failing to disqualify an assistant district attorney absent an actual conflict of interest. And that is the case that was ruled on by the Georgia Court of Appeals about a month ago, Your Honor. Now, the cases in which defense counsel have relied on in their briefs and here today, I would submit to the court the cites are misleading, are inapplicable, and some of them actually support the state's position. And what I would say to you is that the defendants, in many instances, combine language from the multiple cases and kind of what I would say is misstates the law as it relates to what the law or what is required in order for an elected district attorney and their office to be disqualified. And what I would submit to the court is...
Let's go back to that. Show me how.
Yes. Show you how.
So I think the first one they cited was battle versus the state. Certainly a conflict of interest or the appearance of impropriety would be the grounds of disqualification. there were a number of these cases that seem to exclusively rely on the appearance of impropriety.
Right.
Well, so they acknowledge that there's some ambiguity here, that sometimes Whitworth gets cited to Ventura, and we've got this quote that comes up where it's just they only cite to an actual conflict that must be involved. They acknowledge the ambiguity. You're saying there's no ambiguity whatsoever.
I am saying that, and why I am saying that, why I would submit that to the court, is in all of those cases they do reference the appearance of an impropriety, but they reference that because they also find there's an actual conflict in each one of those cases.
So your position would be, your review of the case law, there's never been an appellate opinion that relied only on an appearance of impropriety.
As it relates to a prosecutor or district attorney, yes, that is what I'm saying. What I would say is, in those cases, they do reference the fact that there is an appearance of impropriety, but they reference that fact because when you have an actual conflict, there's always an appearance of impropriety. And those are what those cases stand for. And I guess that is the main example of what I reference as they kind of combine the language from separate and different cases and tell you that the standard is an appearance of impropriety. And I would submit to the court that is not the standard. And in my first reading, like Your Honor, I did notice that the cases each reference the appearance of impropriety, but also that appearance arose from the fact that the court found an actual conflict in each one of those cases. So I won't belabor the point in going through all of the cases that the defense had cited, but what I would submit to the court and reading those cases is that I found that they kind of fell into 5 categories, that some that didn't concern disqualification at all, some that determined or that were about, I call it divided loyalty, which is a conflict that arises from representing becoming a prosecutor and then having represented the defendant prior to becoming a prosecutor, and then whether there's an actual personal interest in the outcome. And then others talk about whether the defendant was denied a fundamentally fair trial at the conclusion and of the case after conviction. And these are some of the cases that defense counsel had cited within their brief that had absolutely no application to the issue that we're here before Your Honor today. The first, McIver v. State, has nothing to do or has nothing related to the disqualification of anyone.
I think some of these are just relating to kind of aspiring for broad language about standards to prosecutors. So point taken there. But if there are more, all right, keep going.
So as it relates to one of the cases that was referenced here earlier and is also referenced in some of the briefing by defense counsel is the Regested v. State, which is 287 Georgia 542. And all of the cases that fall under this, what I would call category, is about a attorney who formerly prosecuted a defendant in I guess the same type of case or the same case or similar charges. And that would be why the courts the courts found that disqualification would be necessary of the relationship that existed between the former client and the now person who's being prosecuted, Your Honor. The next series of slides just goes through what has been addressed as it relates to the standard that is required when dealing with the issue of disqualification. And the state would contend and submit to the court that the defense must show an actual conflict in order to have the district attorney disqualified. And that actual conflict has to be in the form of showing that Ms. Willis, in this instance, received a financial benefit or gain in relation to the outcome of the case. Like many of the cases that involve personal interests, Your Honor, it's all based on a contingency fee where how much they're paid, or a bonus, for example, is dependent upon the outcome of the case. That's how one is to show that there's a personal interest in the case. We have none of that here. And I would submit to the court, we have absolutely no evidence that Ms. Willis received any financial gain or benefit. The testimony was that Ms. Willis paid all of the money back in cash as related to the trips. And if didn't pay back in cash, it was
all right. Let me explore this one a little bit. So, in addition to you're saying it's only an actual conflict. Are you also saying that it's only if a financial interest is affecting the final result, the outcome? That's the only one we should be worried about, or is it that the prosecution as a whole is what we should be looking at in terms of a stake? So, what I'm thinking of, I'm just going to try and come up with some hypos here. What if ADAs are given a bonus for every motion to suppress they win, $1,000 per Fourth Amendment claim they win? Well, now they've got an incentive, if one of their officers is lying, not to tell you about it because they want to win that motion to suppress. But maybe that doesn't affect the outcome because you can win a motion to suppress or lose it, and that doesn't decide whether it's going to be a guilty or not guilty verdict. But doesn't that affect the prosecution of the case, if not the outcome?
Yes, I would definitely agree that that would be an instance where disqualification would be necessary and appropriate because it's a situation that involves a contingency fee. And I would submit to the court that it actually does end up affecting.
It could, based on how important the motion to suppress is, right? But if it's some immaterial, I don't know. But I guess, so you're saying it's maybe not so much just whether it's a guilty or not guilty dismissal, no pros at the end of the day. It is actually the conduct of the prosecution that should be looked at throughout the course of the prosecution.
Correct, as it relates to how it affects the prosecution, which I would submit to the court ultimately is going to affect the end outcome of the case. If you have a contingency fee based on winning or how, if you win a motion to suppress and if you win, you get, a bonus, as Your Honor referenced. I think that is ultimately going to affect the end outcome of the case because, as Your Honor just said, if there's an instance where an officer is lying or that where there isn't a good faith to go forward with that motion, the prosecutor would go forward with regardless because of the contingency fee, which not only affects the prosecution at that point of the proceedings, but ultimately is going to affect the entire case because if they were to win a motion to suppress, or I guess the motion would be denied and the evidence wasn't suppressed, knowing that they didn't have a good faith basis to go forward affects the ultimate outcome of the case. So I think it's twofold, as Your Honor has referenced. I think it's at that part of the procedure or the proceedings would definitely qualify for a reason necessary to disqualify a prosecuting agency, but ultimately that action during the procedure will lead to the ultimate outcome of the case being or hinging upon a contingency fee like the ones in the cases referenced by counsel and the state that are on the screen.
So getting into the language again, which you just had up there with greater amusements and amusement sales. Greater amusements is one of those. You refer to the appearance of conflict as dicta. Why do you think that's dictated? I think the quote from that one is, it guarantees at least the appearance of a conflict of interest. Why is that dicta? It seems very central to the holding in the case.
Because I don't disagree with Your Honor, but in that case, an actual conflict was found and the appearance.
They didn't find that.
I would disagree with Your Honor. My reading of the case is that an actual conflict was found, but because of that actual conflict, an appearance of impropriety was seen. And that's the reference, or why the state referenced that case in relation to the argument that an actual conflict is required. In the series of cases, Young, that was referenced by defense counsel, as well as Nichols, these state are both instances where there's a personal interest in the case due to the situation and where at one point they were opposing parties. And of course, there's a personal interest or stake as it relates to prosecuting an opposing party in a civil claim, which are what both of those cases reference, which shows that there's an actual conflict of interest that relates to the personal gain of the specific prosecuting agency.
And what do you make of Nichols' reference to, it's an older case. Sometimes the language can be what we're not accustomed to seeing. That there's, they refer to the metaphor of Caesar's wife, and generally when that's used as a ethical standard, that's something that goes beyond just an actual conflict, right? Isn't the beyond reproach getting more into appearance world?
Is it getting beyond?
No, isn't getting into the appearance aspect of things when we're talking about Caesar's wife.
But I think it goes beyond that based on the language of the holding in that case, where it literally says that the individual had a personal interest in obtaining a fee by forcing a settlement in the civil case and using the criminal case as leverage. So that's not an appearance of impropriety. That is an actual conflict of interest in which arises because of the individual's personal stake in the end outcome of the case, Your Honor. So that's how I would differentiate, I guess, the representations of defense counsel as it relates to the standard or the burden that must be shown, and why the state would submit to the court, and the most recent ruling out of the Georgia appellate courts that an actual conflict is required to be shown. So I'm going to skip through these series of slides. You've heard all about Whitworth. So I go back to what we referenced earlier, what's been referenced by all parties, that the grounds in which a district attorney can be disqualified is where a conflict of interest is found, and where there's forensic misconduct that is found. Those are the two grounds that are to be, I guess, are within the purview of the court as it relates to the issues here. And again, I go back to the most recent case that was Justice Pinson wrote about, and that it must be that by failing to disqualify the assistant district attorney absent an actual conflict of interest. I think the language there is very clear, and I think it's very controlling, and I think it's purposeful. I would submit to the court, because an actual conflict of interest is what is required in order for a district attorney to be disqualified, because the cases make very clear, and through the precedent relating to this issue, that a disqualification of a district attorney is the last, for lack of better words, ditch effort that should be exercised as it relates to the court in curing certain conflicts that may arise. I think the case law is very clear that every effort is supposed to be made instead of, or I guess in lieu of, disqualifying the district attorney unless an actual conflict of interest is what's found, Your Honor. And it can't be cured. So what I would reference to the court, as was brought up earlier in Lyons v. State, 271 Georgia 639, a 1999 case where it talks about a theoretical or speculative conflict will not impugn a conviction, meaning that speculation, conjecture, things of that nature, assumptions are not enough for anything to arise to an actual conflict. And what I would submit to the court as well, that goes to the fact that what has to be shown is an actual conflict. If it's speculation.
Is there any qualifier there, though, that's in a post-conviction context? So we're talking about, competent evidence. We're obviously in a pretrial phase here. I've wondered how much import to give that sentence when we're in a pretrial realm. That's assessing whether to overturn a conviction, and usually that's kind of an entirely different standard where we assess as a totality: was there a fair trial? Is there harmless error? I know there's no harmless error when it comes to disqualifications, but just a thought, if you have any reactions.
Well, I think what Your Honor said is pretty on point, in the sense that if it's found that if the trial court either applied the wrong standard or should have disqualified the district attorney, it leads to an automatic reversal, like you said, and it goes back to the trial court. And I think that is very enlightening in the sense that that's only done if an actual conflict is shown. And the fact that it can't just be theoretical, speculative, or assumptions that would lead to the appearance of impropriety, the appearance of a conflict that would lead to
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm borrowing kind of from, as we've been doing the other pretrial motions, special demurrers seem to get different treatment pretrial and post-trial. Post-trial, they get more of a pass unless you can show some issues. And I'm wondering if that same principle applies here with disqualification.
But I
don't have the answer to that.
Well, what I would also say, and I don't remember the exact line, but I know there in Judge McBurney's order, he does address some of the concerns as it relates to the standard as it is applied post-conviction versus pretrial during pretrial issues. And what I would say to the court is that.
So you're citing that in support? Because I didn't think the state was all that pleased with the analysis he applied.
Well, what I'm citing.
Legal analysis.
I'm citing what you specifically referenced as to the standard that is to be applied pretrial and post-trial, whether it makes a difference. And what I would say to the court is the answer is no, as it relates to the speculative nature of the allegations or the claims made by defense counsel as it relates to whether a conflict actually exists, Your Honor. What I can't do at the moment is point exactly to the page. At the end of the state's argument, I can give you the page number as it relates to Judge McBurney's order.
I think I know what you're talking about. The footnote where he references the appearance standard.
Yes.
All right. I'm looking at it.
Further, in Lampe State, 267 Georgia 41, on page 42, it's a 1996 case where the court says, nevertheless, the conflict must be palpable and have a substantial basis in fact. A theoretical or speculative conflict will not impugn a conviction which is supported by competent evidence. Now, I understand as it relates to the post-conviction factor or the status of the case being in post-conviction based on Your Honor's earlier inquiry, but I would submit to the court that as it relates to the issue of disqualification, that the standard is the same, whether it's post-conviction or pretrial. In Bloomfield v. Bornstein, which is 247 Georgia 406, the 1981 case. In that case, it says the appellees have not shown us a case where a per se rule was applied to disqualify an attorney on the basis of an appearance of impropriety alone. The Georgia case is cited by the appellee do not stand for the proposition that a trial judge is authorized in Georgia to disqualify an attorney solely on the basis of an appearance of propriety, which further goes to the state's submission to the court that the standard is that an actual conflict must be shown, and that conflict that arises shows that there's a personal stake of the district attorney as it relates to their personal financial gain that's being alleged. So in the case that's been referenced by all parties here today, Whitworth v. State 275 Georgia, Appeal 790 to 2005 case. In that case, it says Whitworth's complaints are largely based on speculation and conjecture. Applying any evidence standard to the record, it is clear that the trial court did not abuse its discretion in denying Whitworth's motion to qualify Morgan based upon his personal interest in his conviction.
Aren't we past the speculation and conjecture aspect of this, though? I mean, the original and the core of the financial allegation was that there is a relationship and that money has changed hands. There's maybe still an open question of where the ledger stands, but I think it was conceded that that balance could run in one way or in the district attorney's favor. Is that contested?
Yes. What's not contested is that a relationship did develop between
and that purchases were made back and forth. That's the state's position.
That is the state's position, but they were made back and forth. The purchases were made back and forth, either to equal the money that was spent by one party or the other, and if that wasn't done, cash was exchanged in order to equal the costs that were paid by either one of the parties.
Right. But that's a facted issue, whether it was split even, or whether it goes a little bit one way or another, or whether it's all the way $10,000 one way or another. That's a fact and issue as a result of the hearing, but it's no longer just the theory that money changed hands is no longer speculation or conjecture.
Well, I agree that money actually changed hands is not speculation and conjecture, but whether that money that changed hands had any financial benefit or gain to the district attorney, that is all speculation and conjecture. I would submit to the court. Absolutely all speculation and conjecture to harass and honestly embarrass the district attorney based on some of the questions that were asked that had absolutely nothing to do with the proceedings that we were here. For example, the lien on her alleged house, that was highly irrelevant, had nothing to do with the proceedings and the exchange of money between the district attorney and Mr. Wade. And the point of that line of questioning was to, again, embarrass and harass the district attorney in a way that was very public, and in a way that was to impugn her character as it relates to that line of questioning in front of the court, in front of anyone watching the proceedings as it unfolded. And the language in Whitworth, I would again submit to the court, requires that an actual conflict must be shown, which is why the reference to speculation and conjecture is again a reference, because speculation and conjecture leads to or equals an appearance of impropriety, not necessarily an actual conflict, which I submit to the court is what is required based on the case law. So in State v. Sutherland, which is 190 Georgia Appeals 606, it's a 1989 case, and it says, while the prosecuting officers should see that no unfair advantage is taken of the accused, yet he is not a judicial officer. Those who are required to exercise judicial function in the case are the judge and the jury. The public prosecutor is necessarily a partisan in the case. If we were compelled to proceed with the same circumspection as the judge and jury, there would be an end to the conviction of criminals, which goes to the premise that the appearance of impropriety is to apply to judges, not prosecutors. Because if that standard was to be applied in the manner in which the Sutherland case is referencing, then there would never be a criminal prosecution, because the state is always going to appear biased as it relates to getting justice for the victims or righting the wrong as it relates to the crimes in which the defendant is been indicted or accused of. So I want to move into, I guess, the evidence that Your Honor saw and heard during the last couple of days, 3 total days of testimony as it relates to the witnesses. You heard from Ms. Yurdy, who the state would contend is a disgruntled former employee. You heard from Terrence Bradley, also someone who is a disgruntled former partner. The text messages in the state's opinion show that he is vengeful. You heard from his own testimony here sitting before the court that all he did was speculate, and any information that he had and garnered and then passed on to Ms. Merchant was mere speculation. I believe he said that over and over again when asked if he had personal knowledge. My recollection is around 15 times he said he had absolutely no personal knowledge of a romantic relationship between the DA and Mr. Wade. You also heard from the special prosecutor, Mr. Wade, a former judge. You heard from the 80th governor of the state of Georgia, Roy Barnes. You heard from the first female elected district attorney of Fulton County, and you heard from her father, who was a 40-plus year practicing attorney in good standing when he left the practice of law. And what I would submit to the court is that Miss Yurdy's testimony was nothing more than inconsistent at best, based on what I referenced to the court earlier as it relates to the representations that were made by her counsel prior to.
Are those in evidence? Would his responses during a motion to quash, which weren't subject to cross-examination by defense attorneys, weren't even part of the evidentiary record of the hearing? Again, I'm just kind of puzzled by that. You didn't ask the question of Ms. Yurdy, what did you tell your attorney before coming here? And then we could have dealt with privilege issues and whatever else.
I would agree with the court. It's not in evidence, but it was a statement by an officer of this court to the court during a hearing related to her testimony and how we would proceed with her testimony in this hearing. But it's clear that what was represented as to why she would not have, I guess, be an appropriate person to testify was that she had absolutely no knowledge of the romantic relationship. That was the basis of why her counsel was saying that she shouldn't have to testify.
So then under that theory, if accepted, where did the incentive arise between Monday and Thursday for her to completely change things around?
Where did the incentive arise?
So she was fighting so hard to avoid if we're going down that road you proposed, she was fighting to not to come in here and testify at all. And then she comes in here and testifies. Why would she have testified the way she did if she didn't want to testify so strongly? If we're going down this road of trying to just gauge her interests and these kind of things, I don't know if I'm quite following that theory.
And I can appreciate that, but I would say the reason she didn't want to testify, I would submit to the court, is because this is an incredibly public forum where she would have to testify against a former friend and a former boss. And I think the change, I wouldn't qualify it as an incentive. What I would qualify it is ultimately when she was forced to testify, right, a motive and a bias as to why she testified in the manner in which she did. When asked by Ms. Merchant as to the reasons for her leaving, she kind of danced around the issue. And then as Ms. Cross asked her about whether she resigned or forced to leave, she was fired, she came out and said she was given the choice, you can either resign, but either way you're leaving. You're fired, or you can resign in a manner in which, she wouldn't be officially fired, when she's trying to get future employment and things of that nature. So I would submit to the court that there's absolutely no incentive. An incentive is not why Ms. Yurdy's testimony changed, or the state would contend her testimony changed, but it was the reason she testified the way she did was because of her bias towards the DA, which gave her motive to what the state would contend is be less than honest before the court. And I would. But
if we're going to draw inferences based on her fighting the subpoena, why would she have fought it if she had such a bias and wanted to say these untruths?
Because she didn't want to come on national television and have to be exposed to the things that, well, I don't know anybody who wants to testify before a court in a normal trial, a normal proceeding, but one of what I would qualify in this high profile of a nature where everybody would be able to watch and learn at what she has to say as it unfolds in the courtroom. And I'd further submit to the court, there is reference to she left the DA's office in the text message that were submitted in, I believe, Defense Exhibit 39, that it's because she released confidential information in the DA's office, from the DA's office, that led to her firing, that she wasn't.
And I know I'm just because it's more conversational, which I appreciate. I know I might be getting you off script, so I don't want to use up all your time if you need to get through some other things.
Next, Terrence Bradley. And I believe the one thing that the state and defense counsel can agree on, that he was less than honest at times during the proceeding and during his testimony. He, when pressed or asked by Mr. Sadow why he was fired, he basically chalked it up to a dispute between partners in a business. But when pressed by Ms. Cross, it was clear that that wasn't the reason. And what I would submit to the court, what has been referenced by defense counsel as baffling as to why the state would go into such a topic area. The state, as all counsel has when appearing before the court, has a duty of candor. And when Ms. Cross knew she was going to have to cross Mr. Bradley, she knew he lied. And she had a duty of candor to the court, in the state's opinion, to expose that. More importantly, it goes to his credibility and the statements that had been represented by defense counsel that he allegedly had made in the past. So it was important to bring that to the court's attention, because when a witness is testifying, the court is assessing their credibility and determined to whether to believe the veracity of the statements made by the witness or not. So that is the most important factor when determining whether somebody is telling the truth or a lie. Furthermore, he reluctantly, when pressed, finally admitted that he paid off the assault victim. Eventually it started with an escrow account and led to he did pay off the victim in that case. He testified over a span of 3 days, and like I referenced to the court, he must have said 15 times that he had no personal firsthand knowledge as it relates to the relationship between Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade. More importantly, when pressed by counsel, he could not pinpoint a time in which he knew that the relationship occurred. There were many instances in which he described that very well could have fallen within the time frame that was testified and by both Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade as it relates to the relationship beginning or transitioning into dating in March of 2022 and into the end of the relationship in August or the summer of 2023. And as I referenced to the court, the statements that Mr. Bradley made, the state would contend are inadmissible hearsay as it relates to the statements that he was pressed and asked about what Mr. Wade told him, because Mr. Wade was never confronted with those statements. And in order for impeachment to be proper, he must be confronted with the specific statements that are alleged to have been made in order to impeach him. Again, Mr. Bradley had every motive to lie. I believe the text messages are kind of clear, are very clear as it relates to his disdain towards Mr. Wade, which due to the fact that he was expelled or exiled from a thriving law practice, and it was clear that the practice and Mr. Wade sided with the alleged sexual assault victim, which is clear he assaulted her due to the fact that he paid her off. And as I referenced earlier, Ms. Merchant represented to the court that Mr. Bradley had personal firsthand knowledge basically of it all, of everything, and that he would be able to basically be an impeaching machine. I think you're as the star witness when you were addressing the claims that were made by Ms. Cross in relations to Ms. Merchant's representations to the court. And what I would submit to the court is that all Mr. Bradley's representations as it relates to whether or when the relationship between Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade began, and whether they cohabitated, because that was a promise that was also made, that he would be able to impeach the investigators as it relates to cohabitation, was mere speculation, gossip, and innuendo. And this is, Your Honor.
The impression I got, and we can correct this while we're all here together, is that Mr. Bradley directly overheard a statement from each of these individuals that they could be impeached with. Ms. Merchant, is that accurate?
Directly overheard. Which ones are we talking about?
Well, essentially, that kind of seemed to be All of them. You had said Allen, Bond, Young, and then the investigators, Hill, Green, and Ricks, could all be directly impeached by statements overheard by Mr. Bradley.
Yes.
In reference to your question, the unequivocal answer was yes. And when Your Honor is looking through the text messages, I would submit to the court that the text messages don't even say or indicate what was represented to the court in relation to the good faith basis for this motion to disqualify as it relates to the testimony of and the ability to impeach witnesses through Mr. Bradley. What's been referenced by all counsel is Mr. Bradley's assertion of absolutely as it relates to whether the relationship existed prior to Mr. Wade's hiring. And the question in itself involves speculation because it asks, do you think it started before she hired him? And he says, absolutely. He doesn't say he knows. He doesn't provide any context as to how he knows. And in these text messages and through his testimony with the court, the source of his information was unclear. What I would say to the court. As to a lot of things, other than the one conversation that allegedly occurred between Mr. Wade and Mr. Bradley, and I would submit to the court that conversation never occurred. That would be the state's contention. And how do we know that? We know that because that conversation was not confronted, or Mr. Wade was not confronted with that conversation. And that is evidence circumstantially, and I'd even say direct, as to that conversation not existing. Because based on the representation made by defense counsel, it would be clear that that would be a conversation that would have been relayed to, because it wasn't privileged, as Your Honor found, that would have been relayed to Ms. Merchant. And if that conversation happened, you better believe that would have been a conversation that defense counsel would have confronted Mr. Wade with and against. And the reason they didn't do that was because it didn't exist. Again, you heard from Mr. John C. Floyd III, the district attorney's father. As Your Honor heard, he was a well-respected member of the legal community for over 40 years. But the importance of his testimony was to provide the court with corroboration as it relates to the years leading up to the relationship that transitioned into dating between the district attorney and Mr. Wade. What he testified to is that he moved into her South Fulton home in 2019. The evidence of his moving into that home at that time was his Georgia driver's license, official government document. He further testified that not only did it wasn't that just Miss Willis and himself live at the South Fulton home, but that he often would see on numerous occasions the significant other of Miss Willis that was not Mr. Wade. He referenced that that person had a nickname of Deuce, and that he kept a lot of his belongings in the garage of Miss Willis. He specifically said he kept a lot of his disc jockey equipment, is how he referred to it when before the court. He made very clear that he had never seen Mr. Wade at the South Fulton home that is owned by Miss Willis. He made clear that he lived in that home with Miss Willis and Miss Willis alone, other than her two daughters who would occasionally visit that home until after February of 2021. But what precipitated the soon move of Miss Willis to what I would reference as safe houses for her protection was a protest that occurred before her home in February of 2021. He then expressed to the court that Miss Willis moved in the spring of 2021, and that due to these threats that were taken very seriously, he had only seen his child 13 times. He said, in reference to the questions by defense counsel that were in a, and I'm just going to be straight up with the court, they were trying to make Ms. Willis lied, is how I would submit to the court, in the sense that she testified that she was concerned for her safety and her family's safety, which included her father and her daughters, and that Mr. Floyd remaining in that home kind of rebutted all of that, made it so it wasn't true. But he testified that he stayed in the home because it was a home that she had put her blood, sweat, and tears in and was able to buy, and that he stayed in the home because there was constant officer presence. He told the court that he bought extra security equipment. He even went as far to tell the court that he slept in different rooms on different nights because he felt his safety was in such a concern. So I would submit to the court that line of questioning was done in an attempt to discredit Ms. Willis, but failed. Would be how the state would characterize it. Then he testified about the first time that he did meet Mr. Wade, which is in 2023 here at the district attorney's office. And he talked about how he kept cash in his home and why Ms. Willis kept cash in his home. And what the court should take note of is the state didn't ask Mr. Floyd about the cash in his home. That came out through the cross-examination of defense counsel. So there was I guess, an implication that Mr. Floyd only did so due through his preparation with the state and his hearing and seeing news articles and clips related to the testimony that had occurred prior to him. But I would submit to the court that it's telling that information came out through questions that were asked by defense counsel, which gives credibility to the statements that were made. And he further explained as to why he taught his daughter to keep cash in the home as it relates to financial independence and having a safety net. It was further testified that he had multiple safes and that he gave Ms. Willis his first lockbox, or her first lockbox, for situations as she described when she was testifying. And what I want to make clear is during Ms. Willis's testimony, it was pressed about the cash and where she kept it. Did it follow her, where she laid her head, and things of that nature, trying to further discredit the practice that she had as it relates to keeping cash in her home and why she had the ability to pay cash to Mr. Wade and other people and for other situations. And what the court should take note of is that there was no evidence that controverted that at all. Where was the evidence that controverted Ms. Willis's claim and practice of keeping cash in her home? There was none. In fact, the only evidence it was substantiated through the testimony of her father, Mr. Floyd. Furthermore, you heard from Governor, and his testimony was significant and important because how I would phrase it, Your Honor, is it debunks.
Let me on this point, and I think you might have had a more recent opportunity to review his testimony than I have. You say on the slide that she was the first choice to lead the prosecution. Was that actually his testimony, or was his testimony that he was asked to come aboard? Did he use the words that he was asked to lead?
Yes, it would be that's my recollection, that he was asked to lead the prosecution. He was asked to he was asked to fill the position that Mr. Wade is currently in, which is lead prosecutor. Was said in that way as well, relates to the testimony of Mr. Barnes. So I think it would be very clear. My recollection is that he said lead, but what I can submit to the court that I know he also said that he was asked to fill the position that Mr. Wade is currently filling for the state of Georgia, which is the lead prosecutor.
At that time, as special grand jury prosecutor, right?
Yeah, the special, I guess, yeah, as the special prosecutor, lead the investigation, which led to the ultimate prosecution that we're here before Your Honor. He also indicated that the reason he turned that job down was because pay enough. He said he had mouths to feed at his law firm, and that he also didn't want to live the rest of his life with bodyguards because he had lived that for the years in which he was the firm. of Mr. Wade, which I still find it quite interesting and confusing as to attacking Mr. Wade's qualifications, in that it's almost as if Mr. Roman's counsel is asking that the state put a prosecutor on the case to be more qualified to attempt to convict her client. It's an interesting argument, and it's one that makes no sense. Furthermore, if you were to believe the claims and allegations, personal stake in the prosecution, the receiving of finance, you'd have Barnes, the former governor, and Gay Banks, in addition to Mr. Profit off of the prosecution of this case, because that's what they're saying. Or they're saying that she telepathically or prophetically was down the position so she could then hire Mr. Wade. It's desperate. It's a desperate attempt to remove the prosecutor from a case with absolutely no reason other than harassment and embarrassment. This slide, and we've been through a lot of the testimony.
And I should be clear there, it was not introduced in evidence that Mr. Banks turned her down.
Well, I'd ask the court to take judicial notices. Hearing as it relates to the allegations, as it relates to that.